Hello, everyone. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Hope that light off my head doesn't blind you. So I was watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial pretty much all day. It's bittersweet. It's it's going to take a while to kill it, make it go away, like they were attempting to do with the Republicans and conservatives. But we're as who is it that crossed the Rubicon? Julius Caesar. And once he crossed the Rubicon, it was game over, right? He was like, okay, here we go. We're going to kick some ass. Veni vidi vici, right? I came, I saw, I conquered. So that's basically what's happening now with conservatives. We've had enough of the bullshit from the Democrats. Amazingly, like Erica Kirk said during the memorial, when in her speech, she's like, there were, unlike when the Democrats, have their people, have problems with them, there were no riots, no cities burned, no people were killed, right? So, but the Democrats continue to shoot everything up. The leftists, the liberals. There was like Jimmy Kimmel got fired from ABC, so I guess a supporter went and shot up a ABC news station, shot several bullets into it, and he got arrested. So I mean, the violence still happens. They're more pissed off that Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air because of a comment that he made about Charlie Kirk than the actual killing of Charlie Kirk, or whatever happened there, right? So the latest is there's a guy in the crowd that supposedly has a handgun, fits in the hand, and so he's so accurate he can shoot that handgun between his fingers, and it got Charlie Kirk and killed him. So that's the latest. There's going to be more of those that are probably going to come. That's the latest. When that gets pretty much people, get spun in that direction for a little bit, and some people believe it, and some people are like, that's stupid. Then that'll stop, and they'll start another one. That's the way these things are. So they're going to keep doing that until people are like, stop with the bullshit, right? But they're going to keep coming until people do. So I've seen this many, many, many times. The palm pistol, Kristen. Yeah, look it up. It's a palm pistol. A guy in a brown shirt, and they're like, look at the angle, and it's like just the same stuff. So yesterday it was a guy in a stairwell, and the angle was perfect for him, and now the angle's perfect for the guy with a hand pistol that you can't really tell, but it looks kind of like there's something in between his fingers, and it fits between your fingers. But yeah, you can not even I'm going to have to sight in to get an accurate shot with my pistol, but somebody can just bring their hand up to their chest, and boom, it's just perfect. And people are going to believe it, evidently. So it is what it is. People are going to, look at this stuff. They'll continue to discuss it and talk about it until they get tired of it, and then it'll stop. Right? Like I said, I've seen this over and over again. And I've known, like I know this one, to be basically false flag. And I've seen other events that I knew because I was on the other side of it, that things were a false flag. And then I saw the press ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up. And it got to the place now when we see that the aliens were involved in Charlie Kirk's shooting, that's probably the sign that we've reached the pinnacle, because I've seen that in other events where they just keep what else can we throw at these knuckleheads and they might believe it. It's the one that really usually gets people is the alien involvement. All right. So when we see the alien involvement come up, if that even gets to that point, then we know we've reached the pinnacle. So it's very unfortunate. Obviously Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, whether he's in witness protection, Valhalla, like we've had other people talking about, like Wano Saban. So is he in Valhalla? And I don't know. I don't know where Valhalla is, but that's a code name. It sounds like for witness protection. Now I heard that President Trump, haven't had a chance to look it up, but somebody said it in the chat today in another show that I had earlier, that President Trump signed a bill that would, as I guess, maybe leniency as long as it was, for circumstances that, their life was in danger. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't read the bill. If it was a bill, if it was signed into law, I don't know. All right. So we have also Congress, which has to pass the bill before October 1st. Otherwise, the government shuts down. Now, they play this game all the time. The only time that I've ever seen them extend it was during the Obama administration. And that only impacted people like myself that were, and I think maybe it's one of the targets, people like myself that were doing security for the CIA. So I couldn't go overseas. Probably impacted other people, the military. They got their money, which is good. We want to make sure they get paid, right? And there were essential personnel were getting paid, but everything else was shutting down. But things just kept going. Maybe they should do that for a while, every time. Now we know they're cutting costs on a lot of stuff. USAID basically took that off the books to a great extent. It's saved billions of dollars. They cut all kinds of education and all kinds of crazy stuff that was basically laundering and stealing money. They cut a lot of stuff. Now in Argentina, remember how Elon Musk said we're going to do it like Milei did it in Argentina? The president of Argentina came in and just started chopping everything, and that was well received. But I'm going to show you how maybe that is not so good. All right, for him, his party, and also the future of Argentina. So now, United States, how much longer before the United States basically has problems? We're going to see. We're going to see how much longer they're able to extend this crisis that's brewing, right? Extend it to the point before it actually happens, all right? Now, Charlie Kirk, it happened in Phoenix where they did the memorial. Now, you see this car wreck right here. I was traveling back home from Las Vegas. You see that's a desert highway. You see all the clouds. I'm going to show you some where it was like pouring rain. It's kind of clear right there right now, but it was super pouring rain. I noticed it was pouring rain, obviously, and I have a Range Rover that has I can dial in different, like, it basically adjusts the suspension so that I can go over like desert terrain, snow, rocks. I can rock crawl with the car. The car is absolutely phenomenal. I have big fat Pirelli tires on it. So I was starting to get a little light, and I was like, a little hydroplaning. And so, because it was really dumping rain. And so I dialed in basically the rain dial. So it basically adjusts the suspension so it, doesn't hydroplane. So I'm traveling, as you guys can see, if you look back here, this is the road coming up the hill. I'm coming up the hill. It's pouring rain. I'd already slowed down a little bit because, Mike's an intuitive, and sometimes I just listen to what I feel. And this car right here was coming in the opposite direction. He was at the top of a hill, at the hill that I'm going up. And I noticed he got light. So he's in a Kia. I noticed that Kia got light right at the top of the hill. And I came off my gas. And I'm usually fairly fairly aggressive driver. I don't speed other than when I pass people that are knuckleheads on the road. So I have a car that really goes really fast. It's turbocharged. And so I love that because I get to go around knuckleheads and are inconsiderate drivers. So I can go fast, or I can, it's got like these unbelievable brakes that will stop the car on almost a dime. And when I saw that car, that Kia, get light, I was like, oh, that's not good. So I came off my accelerator, and I'm getting ready to maneuver, pump the brakes, whatever I got to do. And I saw his car start to come into my lane, right? But I still got a good distance, and I can still maneuver. So I'm not completely concerned about it. And then I saw his car spin, and it spun and it spun. And it's almost like it got some kind of force that took it over. And it just started going in reverse at a high speed. It went up this embankment right here that you see on my side of the road, and it started flipping. It flipped several times, and it came to a stop right there. I went past it. We called 911, and they came after several minutes. But I got out and I started, seeing if I could help the guy. Where's the photos? Photos. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. All right, so let me see if I can pull them up. Anyway, I'm not going to mess around with it. It's not going to play. All right, so it basically shows me writing the report. I'm with the guy. I'm asking the guy, where are you from? And or where are you going? He's like, I'm from Phoenix. He was going to Phoenix, and his car lost control right in front of mine. So, of course, I've talked about Charlie Kirk. My life is always targeted. So I don't know. Was it just a coincidence that this? And imagine if I wasn't intuitive, if I wasn't an expert driver that's been through many driving schools for the CIA and so forth, and I felt very, very comfortable, even, with this car losing control and spinning right in front of me. I was like, I still got a chance to maneuver. I'm still good. And we just watched it spin in front of us, go up the bank, like I said, flip over right in front of us, and then come to a stop. And then we just pulled a little bit back, got in, flashing lights, called 911. I got out, talked to the guy, helped him out. He had lacerations on his forehead. It was bleeding. His car was total, right? Total. Unbelievable. But he survived. I asked, is anybody else in the car? He's like, no. And I, was trying to keep him talking because he had hit his head. I didn't want him going concussion or anything. Or if he was going into a concussion, keep him talking. So I just kept asking him questions, and very, very nice guy, but crazy stuff. So yeah, we have these events that happen to us, guys. And like a Charlie Kirk assassination, now, like I said, and I believe Charlie Kirk is not with us in the old sense of the word, but in another sense of the word, he's in witness protection, right? So you're going to continue to have all these different things. They're going to come out. Some of it's deep state spinning, some it's white hat spinning, and so forth. And it's like I said, it's going to just continue. Other people will be threatened, like this one guy that went to shoot up the ABC because I guess he loves Jimmy Kimmel, and he doesn't like. So I heard that ABC is now in negotiations. I don't know if this was is a ruse, so maybe they can throw off the people that are going to leftist crazies are going to start to target them. It's like we're in negotiations to maybe have Jimmy Kimmel come back, and which they probably don't, because he had super low people watching him. They were falling off a cliff. They wear them out until they are no longer useful, and then they discard them, right? So his show, I think he had at the lowest, he had 160,000 people watching him, or 116,000 watching him. My video on Charlie Kirk, in fact, got more views than that. On Rumble, which is my low view, place, it already had that many views when it got pulled off of YouTube. So, I got more views than Jimmy Kimmel, in the end, talking about Charlie Kirk. So he talked about Charlie Kirk, had low views, and they kicked him off. That's sweet justice, right? And then a car spins out of control in front of me and almost takes me out. It's like, it's crazy world we live in, guys. That's normal for me, though. So anyway, that's where we're at now. If you didn't watch the Charlie Kirk memorial, I recommend it. It was beautiful. All right. I think there's pretty much a revival that's going on now in America. People are, coming to God, reading the Bible, taking up Jesus Christ, and all. I think that's fantastic, because that's where America needs to be right now. All right. Because what does that do to the Luciferians? It pushes them out. Right. Luciferians are real. All right. Those of us that really ascribe to God, and I'm not talking about all the churches, because some of those churches are Luciferian churches, guys. All right. They promote transgenderism, all kinds of crazy stuff. They twist the words of the Bible around. They're Luciferian churches. So just because a lot of people are going back to church, what kind of church? All right. What kind of church are they going back to? So that's a very powerful thing that I think that's happening. It is quite moving to me. All right. So again, Charlie Kirk, whether you believe he was shot, whether you believe he was not shot, regardless, it is a movement that is being built off that. Amazingly, in 11 days after he's shot, they had this massive event, 100,000 people. They couldn't fit them all into the stadium. And President Trump was made sure that everybody realized this is not an arena, it's a stadium. Right? Stadium has a lot more people. I don't know how many that Glendale, Arizona stadium holds, but it was full. It was packed. And there was like many more that were watching on other video screens. And that's normally what happens, or what did happen at Trump events. I went to several of them. There were massive crowds they were outdoor events. The ones I went to, pretty cool ones. No way all the people that were at the events that I was at would fit in 2 stadiums, right? So it's pretty impressive. The movement, Donald Trump's movement, and Charlie Kirk. They're crediting Charlie Kirk with helping, if not actually being the reason why President Trump and his whole cabinet, which was there to speak, his whole cabinet. It was like a dictator's dream to take down, Trump and his whole team. If the Russians really did hate us, if the Chinese really did hate us, which they don't, they would have basically taken that stadium out, and they've taken down all of the government of the United States. Right? That counts. The other ones, the Democrats that didn't show up, they can't run the country. They've already shown that in every state they're in. So, and of course, they make really stupid decisions in Congress and Senate and stuff. Imagine those people running the show. Well, we did see what happened when those people did run the show, and it was a shit show. Like, we just had a great example with Joe Biden. Good God, what a train wreck of a administration, the worst administration in the history of the United States. So we know what a full-on Democrat run government is like. It's a train wreck, and that's another reason why in pretty much every state they're in, it's a train wreck. It's falling apart. Chicago, Trump said again, Charlie Kirk was from Chicago, and he begged President Trump to save Chicago. And Trump said that he's going to do that. All right. It's going to happen. But Chicago's going to resist. They're going to absolutely resist, just like the criminal. And they're already resisting ICE right now on a massive scale in Chicago. So it's got to happen. You're going to have to put National Guard in there to protect the ICE agents. This is what we've already seen in Los Angeles. And then if it gets worse, we're going to see the military go in. Now, the military will probably go into almost every town. The military is on the border. The border right now, almost zero drugs coming across the border, almost zero illegal aliens coming across the border. It's like Border Patrol that's been there for generations. People that have had, family ties of people that have been working the border as border security. And they said that there's never been a time like this. So at some point, it will happen in every city in the United States, right? So let's look at this beautiful, all these beautiful people, Americans that are in the stadium. Absolutely fantastic. This stadium is full of people, and like I said, President Trump's entire cabinet came and spoke.
He chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence and dissenting voices are hushed. And those who speak of God, those who speak the truth, simple objective truths like there are only two genders in these schools, they are told you have no voice. Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically.
So this is the way conservatives think. It is the way that America was always meant to be until we're infiltrated by the Luciferians. All right. So again, this is going to stop. I've seen a lot of the Luciferians, their comments on social media. It's atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Literal witches cackling, saying that it's good that he's gone, but there's two more that should be next, and they just cackling like witches. It's amazing. So this is what we're going to see going forward, as far as like this exposure of this evil side, and people are just going to like start to turn away from it.
I miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are.
So the nuclear family is a revival. The male and the female and children, they represented that. It's moving back in that direction. The transgenderism, it's basically not homelessness, homosexuality, all these things. Probably homosexuality and transgenderism are not going to go completely away, but it's not going to be put on a pedestal. It's not going to be what most of us in the United States and probably the rest of the world adhere to. And if you're living in the Middle East, then of course the way they deal with homosexuality, they throw people off buildings. That's never going to happen here. We treat everyone with respect. No one needs to be feel threatened. Conservatives will allow you to do what you're going to do as long as you're not being gross or stepping over bounds and coming at their children and so forth, which we've seen, unfortunately, start to accelerate. America, unfortunately, now is the number one place of child trafficking and so forth. So that's going to stop. That will stop. And of course, President Trump is here to help make it happen.
He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say, even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, we, the American people, have a country to save. All right. It's ours to lose or ours to save. Which do you choose? All right. I choose to save it. I choose to be, out here vocally getting myself targeted. All right. But, we do have a very good audience out there. There's a lot of good commentary out there. 50 years ago, long after the great event that traumatized America, the murder of President John F. Kennedy, and later his brother Bobby, evidence is surfacing pointing the accusing finger at a then unrecognized deep state. Now, the deep state, up until a few years ago, was never, that term was never used on any, so if you're on social media, it got taken off. If it was on, it was never mentioned by anyone within the political realm. They never said deep state. Now it is commonly talked about. That word that many of us have been, whispering and talking about and sharing as much as we can for a long time is now well known. We know that we're under threat. We know that the world is under threat. And that is why the world, basically after the Charlie Kirk assassination event, now that is why the world is pushing back on their, deep state, institutions, people that are controlling them, are trying to control them. Now here we have, the deep state trots out Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, Gavin Newsom, who is now being investigated. Gavin Newsom, yeah, he made some comments recently. I think about who did he talk about? He talked about who did he talk about? Let me think. Is Kristi Noem, all right? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I'm pulling up the thing. I don't remember, but I do when it's here waiting for me. So Bill Esali, the acting U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, on Saturday said he referred Governor, and this is the acting U.S. attorney for Central District of California. Wow, in California. He is referring Gavin Newsom to the Secret Service for a full threat assessment after he made statements saying, basically, Kristi Noem is going to have a bad day today. Right? That could be, anything. But if anyone said that about anyone in the political realm at the top like this, you're going to get looked at. So this is monumental. They're starting to find things on a lot of these, deep state puppets. Gavin Newsom, obviously, one of them, right? So Noem has neither responded to Newsom nor Esali, and neither has, Governor Newsom. So Newsom, right? So Newsom is his days are numbered, I think. And it probably will get that nice necktie at some point. So the Trump administration ramped up its mass deportation campaign, and now Newsom is basically saying that any federal government person that's in the state of California must not wear a mask. This is the guy that insisted that everybody wear a mask just a few years ago. All right. He was so vigilant in his knuckleheadedness that I left the state of California and went to Florida. Right. So how much longer? How much longer do we have to put up with Gavin Newsom and a lot of these deep state puppets that are out there? All right. Time's ticking. Time keeps on ticking into the future. Yeah. So they don't have much. They don't have much more of that left before they go bye-bye. That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they hang out. So is the Fed about to ignite a 1999 style market melt up? So basically, just like what's happening right now, the Fed started to cut interest rates. The stock market, as you guys, some of you might remember, the 2000 .com explosion upwards. If it had a dot and a com after its name, it went up 100%, 600%, 100, 1,000% a day sometimes. So it was insane. So we're in the same situation as we saw with the .com bust, well, eventual bust, but everything that happened during the .com explosion. Now, the thing that's different this time is we didn't have residential and commercial real estate crashing. So you're having a lot of that money that's coming out of well, it's already come out of commercial real estate on a massive scale, and still is coming out of it. 85, 95%, crash in a lot of the prices for commercial real estate. We're already starting to see 5, 10, 15, 20% price declines. Some places even 50% already, in some places in Florida and in Utah. So it's already starting to pick up speed in a lot of areas, and we're just getting started. This party is just getting started. Now, some of you guys know that I've been talking about this for years, at least a couple of years. I like, get out of real estate, right? I had the billionaires telling me this is going to be bad because we're already seeing it turn. So they're at the top of the food chain saying that things are going to get ugly. Of course, it took a while, and some of that was because a lot of liquidity flooded into the market after that, right? And they just dumped money, and that money went all over the place, and a lot of billionaires' pockets, of course. And now they're scrambling. They're investing in silver to protect their assets, protect their asses. So now, if you have any money left, because I'm hearing from a lot of people that they don't have any money, we're just getting started, guys. It's going to get a lot worse before it's all over. It's going to be, 1929 on like the mother of all crashes, right? The mother of all stock crashes, which will extend to everything. So we will have almost everything go up in price, stock market wise. Silver and gold will go to like crazy levels. Probably the crypto will go to crazy levels, but everything else, not so much, right? Everything else, not so much. You're going to see businesses fail. You're going to see housing, like I've been talking about, really start to pick up speed to the downside. I've been watching this for a long time. The last couple months, I have seen prices in a lot of different areas. I've seen, like here where I'm at in, I looked at one property in 2017. The builder basically sold the property, brand new house, beautiful home, for $1.4 million. This is in 2017. Now, this was almost at the bottom of the 2008, 2009 stock market crash. Of course, that was precipitated by residential prices collapsing. And now we've already seen the peak, and we're starting to see it come down the other side. So, and it took it years and years and years before it started to come back. So 2017 was around the time frame. 2016, 2017 was a time frame where it started to turn. And then when we got the money that just dumped into the market, a lot of people bought real estate. Real estate went on a ridiculous ride high. Ridiculous, right? So that $1.4 million home that I was talking about went to $13 million several months ago. It has dropped, or actually $14 million. It's dropped $1 million, right? So it's $13 million. They were listing it as $14 million. Now it is $13 million, but it's probably going to go back down to that 1.7 or even lower, guys. That's what's going to happen, right? Anyone that buys that place is going to get stuck holding that price probably for, you look at the stock market crash in 1929, it took 35 years for it just to get back to that price, just to that price. And then it went higher, and then it dropped below that price again in, I think, the 70s, and then it went up, and then it's gone higher ever since. So you saw the Japanese stock market also collapse. It didn't reach its high point until last year. So .com, so that's 25 years that it was down, and now it's back below the point of its high back in the .com era, right? So we're going to see the same thing happen again, guys. We're going to see massive stock markets liquidating and on a massive scale, on an absolutely massive scale. And so cutting rates. So we're going to see rate cut after rate cut after rate cut, and probably into the next year. That's basically, I've said that already. I said that this rate cut that was coming, I predicted it. I predicted all the other rate cuts as well. I predicted the stock market crash in 2019 that happened in 2020, where the stock market, and I've said this many times, I predicted within 100 points of where it actually crashed, right? And so I'm not ready to predict this one yet. It's not time yet, but it will crash. Just like I said, housing prices will start to crash, and they're going to crash. I said it a couple years. So you've had a couple years to liquidate and make some money and put it in silver, right? So if you haven't done that, you're going to get left holding the bag, right? And I know a lot of boomers out there that have a lot of real estate, and they're going to get, you better get out of that. You better get out of that. All right. So, I mean, yeah, you were smart to get in it, and you made some nice profits. I'm giving you advice, hard-won advice. All right. So, all right. So we're basically going to see the same thing that we saw during the last .com bust, and you're going to get it doubly bad. 1929 .com crash, 2011, 2008, 2009 crash, all of it, all rolled in one is coming. Now, we could see this thing get pushed and stay pushed by the Trump administration all the way into the November elections next year. And then, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to last that long. That's a long time from now. That's well over a year. And, a lot of us have been predicting this, and like I said, I predicted a couple of years ago, I thought, in 2022, that was it. We're seeing the end of it. And it bounced back. Very amazing. Housing prices were crashing. Stock market was crashing. And then it just turned around. When it started going back up. And I was like, bullshit. It kept going. And now it's like crazy high. And it's going to get a lot higher. All right. This always happens at the end. The last thing to see the money come out of it will be the stock market. So as the rate cuts come, that's basically crack. That's crack to the stock market addict. All right. Now the housing addict isn't going to get any relief. Right. A lot of people were like, well, when they start to cut rates, they were waiting for the rate cuts to come, and they thought that, mortgage rates would be lower and then people come in. No. People do not have money for that, right? We're at a crash, the crash for housing. We've already seen the crash for high-end housing is started a long time ago in certain areas. The crash in commercial real estate been going on for well over a year, going into 2 years now, right? That's going to continue. The residential real estate is going to start to pick up speed. Every month it's going to get up more, faster and faster and faster. More and more houses are going to drop in price, percentage-wise. Massive percentage price destruction. Destruction in home prices, all right, is here, and it's going to pick up speed. So you guys are holding the real estate. You're going to get spanked if you think it's going to turn around. If you have a realtor telling you to hold it, oh, they're giving me some bad advice. All right. So maybe in certain areas, every area that I'm checking, not so much. Right. So that $13 million home here that went for 1.4 million, what was that? not even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, it went to ridiculous price in 8 years. That's ridiculous. That's like 12x, 13, 12x, whatever it was. All right. So that normally that is the kind of price appreciation that you see in some of the crazy bubbles. So we had a housing price bubble that was created again. It was created and it burst back in 2009 to 11. And it just kept going down and down in certain areas and stayed down and then started to slowly creep back up. And then when we got the money flushing out into the system, helicopter dumps of money from the Fed, everything started blowing up. Everything started going up, right? Stock market, home prices, you name it, everything went up. Car prices, all right? Now people are like forfeiting their cars all over the place. The highest level of basically people reneging on their car loans, highest ever. We have the highest ever of credit card default. So many things that you normally don't hear of unless you look at these things, right? So we're going to start to see the housing prices start to collapse. People are going to sell those homes. They're going to put it in the stock market. If they're smart, they'll put it in silver. So that's where we're going, guys. It's going to, and if you're holding out on a price of a home, if you've cut once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, you probably need to cut a little more aggressively. Hello, you better get on it. Or you're gonna be cutting home prices. Probably that guy with a $13 million home. If he cut like $3 million off, he probably sucker somebody into buying it, right? Former $14 million home, and you can get it for 10, right? And I don't know, maybe some sucker's gonna buy it for 13 million. I don't know. There's just because you got a lot of money doesn't mean you're smart, right? All right. And maybe there's a reason why they want the loss. So some people want a massive loss and they can write it off on taxes. So that could be happening too. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Why would you ever want to lose money for anything? Anyway, so let's look at the screen. I'll show you guys a graph. I like to look at the technicals, but I'm also a guy that looks at fundamentals. I would say I'm very rounded when it comes to picking stocks or homes or whatever. I have stayed out of buying homes for the last several years because I knew this time was coming where everything was going to crash, right? It's not here yet. I thought it was here, like I said, in 2022. They manipulated, gave it a little breath of life so it could still stay alive a little bit longer. This is the summer of 1998. Global financial turmoil erupted following Russia's debt default. So we basically, we being the United States, basically helped Russia collapse, or the Soviet Union collapse. And that was Juan O'Savins talked about it several times. This was a military thing where they came in, they dropped the price of gas to Texans. Good job, Texans. They dropped the price of gas like crazy. Of course, Russians, they make money selling gas too, like they're doing right now. And they came in and they just like created this massive downfall, which destroyed the Soviet Union. And then we have Russia. So during this time frame, they started cutting rates. This is when Greenspan came in. Remember, Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance. And he said that several years, over 3 years before the stock market crashed. So he warned of irrational exuberance. And I've been warning about that for a couple of years now. We're probably going to get maybe another year of it. We'll see, because we're cutting rates. And like you see here, the NASDAQ went from like 1,000 to like 45, almost 5,000. And then it came all the way back down to 1,000. Right. And it didn't come back again for a long, long time. There's no graph here that shows that. I've showed this on other shows. But during this time frame, markets around the world collapsed. Here's one, the Asian financial crisis, riot in Indonesia. We've seen riots in Indonesia recently. All right. We've seen a lot of this stuff, happening around the world already. So now, where's another place where this has happened? Another place where this has happened is in Argentina, like I talked about earlier. So let me share the screen, show you guys Argentina. So this is canary in the coal mine stuff, guys. Now, Melu admits the market is in panic mode as Argentine capital exodus accelerates. So we're going to start to see the collapse of markets around the world as the most powerful country still in the world, with the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, begins to have its massive, all the money comes to America and will blow up our stock market, will blow up probably crypto, will blow up silver and gold. It will go to a crazy level. Everything will crash. Silver and gold will pull back pretty good because it's a sell everything when everything starts to sell. Then silver and gold will turn around. It will never look back, just like we saw in other stock market crashes. Only this time it will just keep going, because eventually we're going to go back to silver and gold as, it's going to be pegged to the dollar or whatever it's going to be pegged to, right? So in a desperate attempt to satisfy demand for hard currency and prevent the peso from cratering, the 3-day intervention rose to 1.1 billion. So this is a country that only has 20 billion in liquid foreign reserves. So as you guys can see, it is collapsing. Now, will his government collapse? No. Melu basically came out with he had the chainsaw, and he took the chainsaw to all this stuff. He had like whiteboards and all that kind of stuff. Same thing that Elon Musk did. Remember seeing Elon with the chainsaw? So they basically copied what Melu did. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but something like that. Looks like Melu, but it could be something different. So anyway, you see basically it's crashing. Now, it was the darling at one point. As Bloomberg points out, it's a stark change of fortunes for Melu, whose deep spending cuts and sweeping reforms had been welcomed by global investors soon after the libertarian economists took office in late 2023. So 2 years later, it's collapsing. And if he doesn't get a lot of people voting for him next month in October, it's not going to be good. So we expect continued foreign exchange and asset price volatility between now and the national midterm vote on October 26th, right? So a little over a month away. If they don't go in his favor, which, it's the economy, stupid. All right. So if the economy's not doing good, it's not good for the party that's in power ever, right? So its time is not on Argentina's side. So that's the article. So from Zero Hedge, right? Not looking good. So that's a tattletale. That's basically canary in the coal mine. We've seen this, like I said, around the world where people are rioting. I think it's going to happen in France where Macron gets replaced. Whether he wants to be replaced or not, he's going to be replaced. All right. We'll see the same thing with Starmer in the UK. Maybe in other countries, we'll see people getting replaced. And like I said in another show, the deep state, they don't care. they like chaos. So if these guys, you know, get their heads chopped off and they get paraded through the streets on a pike, that's chaos, and they do well in chaos, right? They come here, they always have a alternative for everybody. It's like, oh, you didn't like macaroni and cheese? Well, we have French fries for you, right? Yeah, beefaroni or whatever, you know. So we got another dish for you, and look, you're gonna like this so much more. And it's, you know, Macron, you know, he was dealing with the aliens, and so we showed you that, so we had to, like, you know, take him out. So, and Starmer, you know, he got beamed up in aircraft and came down. He was doing stupid, so we had to take him out too. You know, Charlie Kirk, you know, all the assassins are coming from you know, other planets, and so everybody's gonna be like, we don't want to hear that shit anymore. So that's kind of the way the shit works. So we got the you know, 3-Eye Atlas coming in. They're gonna drop off some Andromeda Anunnaki, and they're gonna be parading around like 20 feet tall and chopping people up, and then, you know, the economy is going to collapse. I don't know. It's just make it up as you go along. It's better than a lot of stuff we're seeing out there. All right. Chicken Little, my wife says. Oh, the sky is falling. That's a good one. All right. So the show that I did this morning on September 11th, I was supposed to have Kurt Weldon on. He could make it, so I went ahead and did a show on 9/11 anyway, because, you know, I'm an expert in when it's bullshit. Right? I come in and like, just, I've been talking about 9/11 since 9/11 happened, right? And that's when the stock market really crashed after 9/11, right? .com bust was going on, and it really picked up speed, and they're like, don't look here, look over there, type thing, and the stock market crashed, and some people made money like myself, and some people didn't. But anyway, this was, people came in and chatted. Like I said, when I get a chance, I'll look at the chat. This was a really good, you know, people came in and chatted really good about this. It surprises me that there's still people that believe the 9/11, you know, bullshit. In October 2001, so a month later, he's in Toronto, Canada. He said there were many police and firefighters present at the conference. There were many from New York and many who were working on the sifting of all the debris of 9/11. These brave souls were suffering then. Of course they were, because that was when the radiological effects are most intense, right afterwards. And he goes on to say, and are still suffering. Now, if they treated them for radiological damage, they probably make a lot of headway faster in helping and treating these guys, but they're not for most cases, because they can't admit it. They can't admit it. It says both police and firefighters. It was tragic and obvious then, and it still haunts me today that we were misled. Yes, it's very tragic. And it still goes on. The lies and manipulation still continue almost a quarter century later. All right, so here's another one. Retired fire department New York here. I was off that day, but we were all called in and recalled. We weren't let in, I guess, into the city until that evening, as they were afraid of secondary attacks or devices. So they staged us in alternating slots. Couldn't afford to lose masses of people in a location. So yes, as often happens with Al-Qaeda attacks, but this wasn't an Al-Qaeda attack, it was a deep state attack. There are multiple attacks to take out more and more people. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because that's coming for our U.S. cities, guys. Even the 9/11 Commission admitted in the report that evidence and information was withheld. A good friend of mine was friends with Oreo, the guy that I talked about on the show. Absolute hero, made it all the way up to where the plane crashed into the building. They were on top of the fires, like so they were in the 9/11 fake report. They were saying fires were raging. So here we have this this fire crew that made it all the way up there. they had restored one of the communication devices, which all seemed to magically have been taken down. So there wasn't any communication with a lot of the firefighters, unfortunately. But he was able to communicate because he restored one of the communication devices, and he was passing information. He said that they were on the floor, just need a little bit of help, and then everything should be good. They would have control of the fire, and then the building collapsed a minute later. So obviously the deep state heard that, and they're like, okay, collapse it now. So within time after he passed that, there were reports where people on floors that were starting to collapse. So the floors above him were starting to pancake down, collapsing. They were being explosively detonated, and they were collapsing, and it collapsed on all. Right. He says, if you search through many members who stated clearly they heard the explosions right before the buildings came down. Unfortunately, most of the department accepted the standard story of lies. So this is another thing that I keep telling everybody. As long as we have people agreeing to the narrative, refusing to accept the truth for whatever reason, this shit show continues, guys. So he goes on to say, it's such a touchy subject that even members would argue if you question the narrative. I know, because I always try to question and do the critical thinking, kind of like a Charlie Kirk guy with the guys I work with. And yeah, they got really, upset, right? Argumentative and, wanted to fight and all kinds of stuff, but they didn't fight me, right? They knew they didn't want to fight me. All right. There is so much evidence of what really happened that day. Never mind Building 7. Right. So thank you, Johnny Hot Rod, for that statement. Very good. All right. So there were all other people have put other things. Now it takes bravery to come in and make these comments because people might know who you are. All right. And like this gentleman and myself included, we get blowback from knuckleheads that still want to, believe in the narrative and want to fight everybody that doesn't, they become like those Nazis on mask wearing, right? How many of those people that were Nazis on mask wearing are saying they're sorry for having done that now? None of them, right? All right. So Jaco, New York City here. Thank you for all you do and the intel blessings. Jaco, the Dancing Jews, allegedly involved with Bush. Okay, that's another one. So yeah, those were some pretty good comments. There's many more. I know you guys come in here. You do thousands of comments. Of course, I can't read all those comments, but I catch a few of them. And yeah, mask holes. That's a good one. The all-seeing guy. All right, we're gonna have to put that up. Let's show that one. All right. Hopefully that shows up. Maybe my skin tone's not letting that come through. So let me get over here. It's like, all right, that's gray. It's like maybe the skin tone. There we go. Mask holes. Urgent intelligence alert. So that doesn't mean it's going to happen soon, but it is getting closer than ever, I feel. So must read urgent intelligence alert. NCTC confirms Al-Qaeda presence. Been talking about this one ever since Joe Biden got in office, started letting these knuckleheads into our country. Al-Qaeda presence on U.S. soil. Imminent sorry, that's my wife just blowing up over there. She caught herself, sorry. Multi-city Islamic terror attacks. Sources tell me tonight that the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, has officially determined that Islamic terrorists affiliated with Al-Qaeda have infiltrated U.S. soil and are actively planning a series of coordinated Islamic terror attacks. Duh, we've been saying this for years, guys. Get out of the big cities. This marks the first time federal counterterrorism officials have openly acknowledged the immediacy of such threats, signaling a potential escalation in domestic jihadist activity not seen since the height of ISIS-inspired plots in the mid-2010s. Right. All right, so according to the latest assessment, shared classified briefing, blah, blah, blah. Group's resurgence in Afghanistan. Thank you, Joe Biden, for pulling out of there. And the North and Central Africa have embedded themselves across major urban centers in the U.S. All right, so because this is going to be on a more widespread attack than has ever been. This is going to be like 9/11 on steroids, guys, because it's going to be multi-city. So they're buying up uniforms, police, first responder uniforms from surplus outlets, online vendors, in at least 5 states. The 5 states that I say will probably go away: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Miami. There'll be a lot more, but those are the ones they're saying right now. So they've, through CCTV footage and credit card anomalies and so forth. So they're getting all this stuff, and they intend to blend in, allowing attackers to blend in, direct panic crowds, or even execute secondary strikes on fleeing victims. And Donna Ferrara. We're going to have a nice little discussion. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest events that everybody's on everybody's mind. 3I Atlas. Maybe we'll delve into the recent Charlie Kirk and human trafficking. We can go into a lot of different areas. I know everyone on this panel has deep insights into a lot of stuff, and we'll just move in that direction. We got Mike Barra joining us now. Hey, Mike. And
hi guys, how you doing?
Good. So we'll start off with Donna. She's going to present an upcoming event, and then we'll start to do a roundtable. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi everybody, my name is Donna Ferrara. I live here on Long Island, and I wanted to gift Long Island New Yorkers and those near Long Island to this wonderful panel that I'm bringing to New York, Long Island, to share with us some of their insights and perceptions of what's going on, bring a little bit more awareness to our financial institution, how that's been designed, some of our misleading information, how we learned in school, maybe some of the history could be unraveled by Mr. Brad. And we have lovely Laura here, spiritual, beautiful Laura, who I'm telling you, she's been a little bit of my backbone. Laura, thank you so much. And we have fabulous Kerry, one of my favorite podcasters, who is well-diverse and very educated in her history of whistleblowers and her research and studies. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we just lost Michael. Maybe because I brought up the financial institution, he went off screen. Now, I didn't mean to scare him like that. I don't know what happened there, but he'll come back.
We'll let him back in. No worries.
And Michael, thank you so much for having all of us.
Yeah. It's a great honor.
I told you I didn't scare him.
Thanks for agreeing, everyone. Thanks so much. So let's jump in and let's talk about, we were kind of discussing it a little bit before the show, 3I Atlas. So I'll just start it off. 3I Atlas, I remote viewed it, intelligent life on it. Or we're gonna have interaction with it. Probably some people already have. I don't know how far that's going to go. I think the deep state's going to use it as a Project Bluebeam situation, because they're coming in, I think, for a positive. Now, I do believe they have some connection with Anunnaki and probably Nibiru, but that remains to be seen. So we'll just roll around and we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll start with you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just the moderator on a panel with Mike Barra and Kerry Cassidy 1 week ago down in Las Vegas, and we spoke about the 3I Atlas, determining what it is and the trajectory it has and how it lands on these certain dates. And Kerry was saying, just like you, Michael, that it is intelligently guided and it is some kind of craft. So we are in for some fireworks this fall, you guys. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're not through 2025 yet. And I just saw a link from Michael Flynn, and he said that there are very credible threats that the Al-Qaeda sleeper cells are going to activate this fall. So wouldn't it be a coinkydink if we had like some kind of EMP attack or some kind of internal strife? Maybe the lights go out, everybody has to look up at the sky, and we get this incredible star show. I don't think there's any coincidences here, but could be a very interesting next couple months.
Very good, very good. And let's jump to Mike Barra. I know, Carrie, you're going to have I've heard some of your conversations. You're going to crush this one. So,
Well, by the way, Carrie, I want to sincerely apologize for biting your head off on the panel there. There was a lot of other things going on, and I know sometimes when you get going, it's hard to stop you. So I'm very sorry, and I won't do that again. To me, it's very bizarre because I want to say, oh, it's a chunk of something. You know, there is this theory that it's, at least the theory that I have, that it could be a chunk of a planet that used to be in the orbit where Mars is right now. Mars used to be a moon of that planet, and we can pretty much prove there was a planet there. It was massive, and it exploded God knows when, how long ago. And so it could be coming back on its first return cycle. Now, there's some arguments that support that. One is that it is going to intersect almost like right with the planet, the orbit of the planet Mars, very close to it, which indicates an original origin. If this is a returning object, and people right now don't think it is, but if it is, there's that fact, and the fact that it's on the plane of the ecliptic where Mars and the other planets are, which, because again, there's this completely competing theory with NASA's that planets are actually spun off as plasma by stars like the sun. As they get spinning too fast, they get too much spin energy, and then they spit the planets out, they cool, they form, that kind of thing. That's a different argument. So when you look at the intersection, the near intersection of Mars orbit, the chances of it having that orbit are about 500 to 1. Now, Michael, you know, I live in Vegas. You give me 500 to 1 odds, I'm going to the roulette table all night. I'm taking everything out of the bank. I'm spending every dime I have, and I'm going to walk away a millionaire. And then the fact that it's also coming in and intersecting the plane of the ecliptic where all the planets are, the odds against that are like 20,000 to 1, according to Avi Loeb. So you put the 20,000 to 1, yeah, I'm sure you're all going to come down and give me some money to bet on whatever we're playing. So those are extraordinary coincidences. And I hearken back on the panel to Hale-Bopp in 1998, which of course there was a lot of negativity associated with that, the twin-tailed, one tail was sodium, one tail was something else, Hale-Bopp comet. And the thing is, the exact moment of closest approach to Earth corresponded with a lunar eclipse on exactly opposite sides of the sky. I'll never forget being in Portland, Oregon. I was helping my sister move, and that celestial display is taking place. And the chance of that happening is literally millions to 1. And that, to me, indicated that what they were doing, that somebody arranged that. Somebody pushed Hale-Bopp into that orbit, which, again, if it's a comet or an asteroid out in the asteroid belt, you just take your little flying saucer up there and you nudge it in the right calculated direction, and you create that celestial coincidence. So do we have that technology? Yes. Could this thing be some aspect of that technology? Yes. But if it's a genuine visitor from outer space, if it's genuinely from somewhere else, they are going out of their way to get our attention because of the coincidences of the orbit. So I'm just saying, previously celestial events have had apparently arranged circumstances. This one appears to have those same earmarks, and whether its origin is more natural or completely artificial is unknown to us at this time. But we're going to find out on October 29th. And Michael, what creeps me out, I told Brad and everybody on the panel back then, what creeps me out is that date has had a major significance in my life. I started at Boeing on that date. I've had other major life events happen on that date. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, please, no, let's not have it. Let's not have, because that's when it's going to emerge from behind the sun. And we're going to know if it's changed course, if it's accelerated, any of those things, we don't know. But it's going to be an ultra exciting day for me because of all those numeric coincidences.
Fascinating. Thanks, Mike. And Carrie, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Okay, so I just was going to find a quote from Richard Hoagland, but so I'm on a news group. I want to, that, and maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't heard if Hoagland's going to get online tonight. So they have been blocking him completely. They also blocking his phone. He's now suing the city. He basically is not being allowed online. He's not being allowed to really communicate much with people. And we are getting messages from him occasionally. I guess they're coming by way of David Sereda and others that are somehow helping him, but he hasn't been able to communicate. This is very important because Richard C. Hoagland, who I interviewed many years ago, and some people that know my work might realize that, this is something that's kind of right in his wheelhouse, and he's being completely blocked from communicating with the public. So he does a weekly show, or he used to, when they stopped blocking. They've been blocking him for like a month now. And so tonight at 9 o'clock, I think it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I think that's right. If he was going to go live, you can keep an eye on my Telegram for those that, if this goes online, I don't know if we're live. Are we live actually?
Yeah, we're live right now. So
okay,
is that
great.
live on your channel, Carrie?
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that if we're live, then people that listen right now can actually, at 9 o'clock tonight Pacific time, tune in wherever they are in the United States or the world. Now, if it works. But the thing is, this should tell you a lot, that NASA, he's a former NASA scientist. He was famous for making people aware of the face on Mars and all kinds of, actually even the hyperdimensional physics that David Sereda has also taken on board and created a whole sort of map of what he calls the hyperdimensional universe. And that includes all the hyperdimensional planets. Those are hidden. They're in another dimension, but they can actually become visible from time to time when you're in hyperdimensional anything. And for the purposes of this discussion, we are hyperdimensional. We are multidimensional is really more accurate, I think. But this is, so what David Sereda did, just in a nutshell, is that he has a way of using mathematics, and Richard Hoagland is totally on board with his mathematics. And we did shows where he basically tracked what is the anticipated trajectory of 3I Atlas, and it is literally going along like on a railroad track in the sky, if you want to visualize it, in this weird trajectory through our solar system. And it's making stops or flybys, if you will, of important planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and near Earth. Okay. And it's also going behind the sun. I can't remember. So if you watch my videos, I have like 5 of them or something at this point. Richard was supposed to join the last 3 and he was banned. He was unable to do so. So, but he is sending messages, and that's why I wanted to, maybe when we come back around, I can find the quotes that he made. But the bottom line here is also that I've been tracking the Anunnaki for many, many years. And so the weird thing is that I had no idea like about the mathematics. That's the last area I have expertise in. But as it happened, it matched my intuition and my download saying this looks like an Anunnaki craft. So indeed, he tracked it back to not coming from deep space, which is where they said originally it was coming from. And there's a scientist, his name is Avi Loeb, and I can get his background description if you need it, and we can in a minute or two and bring that forward if you'd like. But he's a lead scientist, if you will, in the mainstream. He does a Substack called Medium, and he writes articles on keeping us all up to date on his view of 3I Atlas. And now we have a sister planetoid. And there's no doubt whatsoever that this is it's an alien craft. It's a artificial craft. Okay. So it's not a comet. It's not a rock. It's actually surrounded by well, they don't say this, but I have a whistleblower called Mark Richards who talked about basically the Dyson sphere, and that a lot of Dyson spheres are constructed out in space, and that aliens often put things into it. I know it sounds kind of bizarre. And well, Earth could be in our solar system could be even in a Dyson sphere, and we wouldn't necessarily know it. Now, so that sort of deepens the mystery. So they say it's 28 miles across. Well, 28 miles is approximately the size of New York City. So if you want to understand how big it is, it's not, a lot of people like to say it's, on one panel I was on, it was saying, somebody was saying, oh, it's very similar to Umumu. Well, it's not similar. Okay, Umumu, unless they were lying about, which it's perfectly possible. But Umumu is, you know, you've seen the picture. It's like a big rock in space, in essence, kind of a little bit flattened. And this is not that. Okay, it's so far from that, I can't even tell you. And I don't want to dominate, you know, so I think I've talked enough. I have lots to say about it. I've been, you know, deeply into this story. And now we have this thing called SWAN. They called it SWAN 2025 or SWAN 25. It's shown up. It looks more like it's hidden behind a comet, or it's not a comet at all, but it seems to be somehow at the same time and space as 3i Atlas. So we have two things now, not just one. And that opens the dialogue to the possibility that we've got, that could be, you know, depends who you want to talk to. Some people think Galactic Federation is involved here, and we can talk about all that. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of people who are sort of woo-woo into their, you know, cosmic thing. One person was talking about, oh, it's going to help us ascend. No, I'm sorry. But if you don't know the history of our relationship with the Anunnaki, then you don't understand that they consider themselves gods, our rulers, that Anu is the head Anunnaki, that he is the father of Enki and Enlil. It's all in the Sumerian tablets, open to interpretation. Zachariah Sitchin wrote something like 12 books about it. So I'm just trying to give a whole litany. So anyone watching this who doesn't know Zipall might be able to get up to speed quickly. So I'll just shut up for now.
Yeah, and I was going to add, Carrie, Richard Hoagland. I wrote my first book with him, Dark Mission. He's a genius. I mean, he's brilliant. He's beyond brilliant. He has insights that nobody else has before anybody else has them. He's great.
Excellent, guys. Great discussion. Great insights, Carrie. Love your work. Thanks a lot. Laura, what are your thoughts on 3i Atlas?
Yeah, well, it's great to hear what everybody has to say. I've been kind of trying to keep up with just a lot of you guys' interpretation, and, you know, obviously remote viewing and just deeper understanding and talking to the folks that you talk to. I can't really wrap my head around it. I mean, I'm hearing everything from 7 comets coming, and you know, when you hear the astronomers and the way that they describe it as a comet, that is not necessarily what is happening here. And I think with what you guys just shared, yeah, it reveals, you know, a lot that, you know, science is not going to cover. I mean, we see what science allows us to see, so-called science, versus a much more multidimensional landscape. And I really feel that there's nothing that's here to help us ascend except for what we're unlocking within ourselves anyway. So comets tend to be more like messengers. If there's any kind of ship or craft involved, we've been dealing with galactic federations and Anunnaki for a really long time. Sure, you know, this, you know, orbit of Nibiru, some have said that it pretty much has, you know, imploded a long time ago, and there's only small parts of it that even still exist. And any Anunnaki return, I don't feel like they ever left, and I feel like they've been our foster parents that have acted like the gods that have kept us from true source, and that we need to awaken to that, to, you know, to collapse the control grid that is putting things in reversal. And there's always going to be a story behind a story. There's a story behind a story, like, and this is why it's important, these kind of panels, because, you know, obviously everybody here, including myself, have dug deep into the topics that we are familiar with, or we speak upon, or that some might consider us experts of. I wouldn't say that this has been something I've been able to gain clarity about, but I do have a strong feeling that they always leverage an event in order to create a psyop to distract us away from the truth. And this is no different. So yeah, I just love these conversations, because as long as we can put it all out on the table and talk about it, I mean, I find it very interesting that Richard Hoagland, out of all people, and well, it doesn't surprise me that much, but I was on panels with him back, and I think the panel you put on, Carrie, at one of the Camelot events, and we had an interesting dynamic because of the recruitment to go to Mars. But anybody who's being silenced, any information that's hard to get out there is definitely, I would, and I think the people that are listening know, put more attention on that and really begin to dissect it. But it's not objects that are going to do it; it's us that are going to ascend, and it's going to take us breaking down the control matrix and the Anunnaki overlays and manipulation that have caused this dependency bond with a false authority structure that has this good cop, bad cop with Enki and Enlil. So I think if we can break that down, we'll also nullify any impact they can have on us, including dark weapons and even sleeper agents that are being activated. If we can understand the weaponized humans and any aspect of information that's been weaponized, we can override it and begin to cap its impact on us. And I think that's just important for us to remember as far as ascension.
Wow.
I love that.
Stunning insights. Thanks, Laura. And wow, what an amazing panel. This is the way we should all be talking all the time. But
Beautiful.
Carrie's talking about we're heavily suppressed, like Richard Hoagland, unfortunately. Donna, what are your insights on 3i Atlas?
Well, I'm listening to the panel and I'm learning as they're speaking. I'm not that well diverse in this. I'm sort of a newbie in a sense. I've been hearing a lot of talk about what's going on, and that's why I love having the panel together, because they educate me, and they're going to further educate all of Long Island and New York and hopefully the rest of the world. So I like people to know that I'm not well diverse in these subjects. My heart is very curious to know what's going on, and I have a great panel that's going to help educate us and open our minds to what's really going on in our world. And I love these guys. I'm being honest.
And so much is going to change from now until the
much.
conference too.
That's
just
totally.
like it has in the week since we had our panel in Las Vegas, because one thing you said, Carrie, there are no clear pictures of it. They are definitely holding up any kind of astronomical pictures. I just
Brad, there are clear pictures. They're just not going to let us see them. There are definitely clear pictures. We just aren't seeing them.
But what if, when it makes that closest connection, if all the amateur astronomers are able to see it and they can't hold that back, what if this is what really triggers a real disclosure in Earth? That's what I'm hoping, more than Project Bluebeam, which could be also part of the cabal's way of ushering in this new world order. That's what they always said it would be.
This
I
is
have
a
a
good go-to
question.
panel for when the blue beam does come. You want to?
At least we can
Can I
look
ask
back
a
here and see.
question? I have a question. When that energy, that change of energy comes that close to the earth, are you going to feel the electric? Would you feel that jolt inside yourself? I mean, are we all connected to all this movement, right? So that kind of movement around that's happening with the planets, aren't we all affected by that? Am I off the charts here, or I missed it? Because I
Laura.
feel that everything moving and something like that coming that close to our hemisphere, our moon, and our sun, I think we're going to feel it within our own energy within our bodies. I'm hoping it's going to be a huge awakening, whether they display it one way or not.
Right. Sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Oh no, you go first.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things Richard and I wrote about in Dark Mission, our book, and I've subsequently expanded on it in some other books I've written, The Choice, pick it up at Amazon. But the solar system is a system, and everything is connected. Primarily, the main functioning force that creates kind of everything is this spin energy, or what they call angular momentum, right? So it depends on if this object is massive enough, if it's got enough spin energy, and if it hits the right angles and configurations as it passes through the solar system, then yes, it can have a measurable physical effect. I mean, Richard's done experiments where he actually measured what's called the transit of Venus, where it's basically an eclipse where little tiny Venus comes across the disk of the sun, and he's recorded it on sensitive instruments, that there is something happening in terms of a physical effect that can be recorded. So you will feel something probably if this thing is really as significant as we expect it to be. You will get a vibe, basically. Yeah, Donna, I think that something weird is going on, and we already do, because of the fact, they're not ramping us up on this so much as we're responding to what I think we energetically already feel, which is that, something weird's going on. And there's so much weirdness in the air right now, gosh, let's name all the things, right?
I just wanted to mention real quick, the eclipse energy is, it's really powerful. The great thing is that all three outer planets are in harmony with each other. So Pluto, Uranus, Neptune are all in harmony with each other. And the North Node Pisces, Neptune, Aries, Saturn retrograding into Pisces, moving back into Aries is really the embodiment of the divine human. But there's going to be different levels that people experience, planetary energies, comets. I mean, doesn't matter. Ships, federations, beings. It depends on your consciousness. So a frequency coming from Mars can have its shadow and its higher octave. Same with Saturn. You have the inverted Saturn, black cube Saturn, inversion that we've been, dealing with, but it's self-mastery. It's being our own internal authority. And when we graduate to these higher octaves, we have a different relationship with what we're all kind of feeling. We're not feeling it the same way. Like the shadow of Neptune is self-undoing, even suicide, even addiction, right? Its higher octave is being able to see the multidimensional, being able to see the unseen and bring life to the unconscious. You're going to have a completely different experience. So the question is, do we run away or do we face these things as we confront the energetic shifts?
Excellent points.
Inhale.
Now, let's move to the New York Awakening Summit on October 4th and 5th. Brad, what are you bringing to the conference?
Well, I've been asked to speak twice, and I'm going to do my hidden esoteric in plain sight based on my 3 books in the Esoteric series, which is basically all the things around the world that we've always seen and maybe didn't pay much attention to, but have hidden symbology. And it's been said that symbols are the language of the Illuminati. So we're going to look at all the ways that they're peppering us with their symbology and what it might mean. And then I'm also going to do the hidden anomalies of Antarctica, which, as all you know, I went down there 7 years ago. And I'm working on a new book, which is actually done. I'm just building the index for it right now. And some of these panelists might write an endorsement for it. And it's a great book. I think it's my best. It's my 11th book. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Antarctica, too. There, too, may be the trigger point for disclosure if what really is below the ice and in Antarctica could ever come forward. It's going to be amazing. And I now have U-boat maps of Germany during World War II that they show the exact route to get underneath the ice, well deep into the continental landmass to within 100 miles of the South Pole. And that happens to be where this giant hole is in the ice, where Admiral Byrd flew a plane in and saw this fantastic landscape. So there could be high civilization, maybe alien craft that have crashed there that are now coming to the fore, and all the other great and weird stuff about Antarctica I'm going to be talking about in that presentation. So I'm looking forward to giving it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, I look forward to that book. And, I believe that, Antarctica, I know all of us could probably go deep into this subject, but I believe at one time it was ice free, there was, pole shift, and maybe we'll see it free of ice again in the future. But Mike Barrow, what are you bringing to the conference? What's your focus?
At this point, I don't know, because I don't know which thing I want to talk about. There's so many things to talk about. There's Three-Eye Atlas. There's the political situation. I'm thinking about writing a book, and I'm talking to Brad. Brad, maybe you'll publish it. I don't know. Somebody will, I suppose. About the 3 coups, the 3 presidents that have been removed because of the alien presence. President Kennedy, President Nixon, because he had the audacity to show Jackie Gleason the alien bodies and stuff like that. And they said, we got to get rid of this guy. And then Donald Trump, who's the one under whom we created Space Force, which I believe is like Shadow from the old Jerry and Sylvia Anderson show UFO, which is supposed to be the space defense against the aliens. I think that's why he created that branch. And he also was releasing information about JFK because he was going to tell people about aliens. And it seems to me you have to set the table for that revelation by convincing people aliens are actually a thing, which seems to be what Donald Trump did almost immediately after he took his first oath of office. So then, of course, he was removed, and we all know what happened with the EF, the thing we can't really talk about on certain open channels. that start. The second word is fraud. The first word starts with an E. And so, but it's interesting because it seems like the dark state, the deep state, is getting weaker and weaker. But they've gone from to just using EF to remove a president. Which the whole world could see how completely phony that was, and everybody knows who really won in 2020. So I want to talk about all that stuff, but the ground is shifting underneath us so fast that I'm not sure if I will. I mean, there could be major revelations about 3i Atlas since then. So I think we'll focus on secret space programs. I don't know, but it'll be something between what Brad has and Laura's got and all that stuff. But it'll be good. And then the other thing is, look, we got these congressional committees showing videos of what looked to me as an aerospace engineer, former aerospace engineer. They're saying these are videos of UAPs being hit by missiles, and it looks to me like a target balloon being punctured by a drone. So the question then becomes, if I'm right, let's just assume I am, why are they lying to the people on these committees? Why are they setting up Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burchett to look like fools when they can expose it? They're saying these videos are UFOs and aliens. I'm unimpressed by any of them at this point. The USS Omaha or the Hellfire missile one. To me, it just looks like a drone pops a balloon. And so I mean, it just doesn't. They just don't make any sense. Yeah, but Carrie, I hear you, but I understand. I know what they do.
Really? Do you have to use that? I mean, it's not a balloon. Trust me.
It pops like a balloon.
It actually survives the impact of the missile, so it's not a balloon.
Right.
Get a
I want to get into an argument with Carrie.
Okay.
I want to get into Carrie. I'll put
just
myself
don't keep
out.
us in the same room. That's all I
You can rip me
suggest
apart.
at this
Yeah.
moment.
So, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I think let's just pretend that I know my shit and that it's a balloon being struck by a drone and it's punctured. Let's assume that. Let's assume I know a little.
No, let's not assume that.
Then the
That would
question
be-
is,
Do you want to
the question is-
Comcast? How about that?
what's going to happen, Michael? But the question then is a bigger question, Carrie, that I think it's more important that we should both be addressing is, if that's true, why are they setting up these congressional committees to look like fools? There's an underlying narrative that they want to push, and they're going to try to undermine these people in the political realm. The question is why and to what end, and what are they planning on springing on us instead? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Very good. Very good. And you're like me, Mike. I just feel the audience out, and I just talk about what comes to mind. So it seems to work out pretty good for me that way as well. Gary, what are your thoughts? What are you going to share? Are you like,
besides ripping on me, what do you?
Yeah, right. No, I do want to talk about the Anunnaki through Atlas, the Charlie Kirk. I just made a major video about the Charlie Kirk situation, the White Hats, how they're conducting themselves, how they created that basically false flag, and how he's in witness protection. So I think my information is absolutely unequivocal. And there are a couple other people out there that are, sort of on my side of the spectrum. But I found the quote from Richard that he wrote to this small group that I'm part of. And it says, "It's time for every human on earth to face the truth. They're here. In fact, 2 ET groups seem to have arrived simultaneously, each in very different planet-sized spaceships." So we have this thing, he says, and I'm continuing a little bit here. He says, the latest Swan 25 now image is taken by another amateur astronomer. So we're not, yes, they actually have made AI videos where they've talked about this Event Horizon hacker group that supposedly hacked NASA. But then when you look at the video, they don't give you any new real pictures at all. They say they hacked them. They say they got all kinds of pictures and they don't show them. So somehow something very weird going on with that. This thing, he said, this is Richard's words. He's saying that this latest ET vehicle is heading right for Earth. This is, there's this sort of amateur astronomer called Philippe Romanov. He got, I guess, some good images, and I can show you this. So I actually have a lot of images for you. I could just go through them really, really quickly. So let me see if I can share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Because, you know, pictures are better than 1,000 words.
Totally.
They say. So I hope that I can get to this. So hold on one second here. I just need to show my desktop. That would be the best thing. Okay, I'm not sure how to do that. Okay.
Hope nobody out there thinks we're like Heaven's Gate here when hailbombs come through and I'm kind of suicide.
Well, I have a major image right here to show you that Richard sent. So, you know, it is useful. Share screen. I think we can do that. Hello. Okay. Chrome tab window. Let's try entire screen. Okay, let's try window. Okay, can you see? Are you able to see anything right now?
I think, Michael, it'll pop up on as another window.
All right. So do you see this? This is it. Okay, I think I got it. Right? Is that it? You see that?
Yeah.
You got it.
So this Richard Hoagland sent through. I guess the image is captured by this. And he also is saying, you know, why is Trump saying nothing? Which, of course, they aren't saying anything, which is really annoying to everyone. And by the way, the UAP hearings, you know, they are disclosing some very important stuff there, but they're still sort of examining their navels and basically wondering if there are crash retrievals, something we solved, I don't know, a good 20, I've been doing this 20 years with whistleblowers and impeccable evidence and all of them working in above top secret most of their lives. So, you know, what is taking so long? It's just a dog and pony show that's just being dragged out. It is embarrassing how, sorry to say, how stupid a lot of these people do appear to be. The obvious is the obvious. Okay, so this is how this new thing called Swan 25 looks, at least at this moment, in an enhanced picture. Okay, now if I can, I don't know how to get rid of it. That it doesn't want to let me do that. So I have a whole shitload of pictures here that I can show you. So can you guys see this? Is this on the screen now? It looks like a wheel, kind of.
No, you haven't shifted.
Still the same.
Oh,
slide.
all right. Hold on. Okay. So if you go like,
Maybe just exit out of that and then click on the new one.
okay, stop screen and
There you
then
go.
present, share screen. I mean, Zoom is so much better than this. This is just like really bad news. Okay, okay, so there is an astronomer. Can you see that this is a drawing?
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a drawing by John Walson. He's someone I know, I've met. He's actually very famous for photographing craft right near the sun. He has been on the Rents show years ago, many times. He is an astronomer. He lives in England. I've seen his telescopes. We've been on the top of a rooftop in Malta watching UFOs go by with his telescope. So he's the real thing. Now he is afraid for his life. He's not allowed to say, he can look through his telescope, but he can't tell us what he's seeing. But he did make a drawing. This is what he saw of 3I Atlas. So he seems to see some kind of craft. And by the way, it's surrounded by rings of some kind of atmosphere, something like a Dyson sphere or something, and then some black space. So it's kind of floating in the middle of these protective rings, if you will. So just showing you that. I think I can go right down the road here. Now, these are his. Okay, so what he did was he went online, he searched, and he's completely obsessed. So he searched for the best images of 3I Atlas. And so I'm just going to run through these really quickly and show you what he got, because no one has seen them except the people who have watched my shows and so on and so forth. So these are much more interesting, I think you must admit, than anything you've been seeing or anyone else has been seeing. And they're getting a level of detail which is quite extraordinary.
Carrie, these are John's photos. Is that correct? John Leonard Walton?
Okay, so let me repeat. If he actually shows you what he can see through his telescope. He can see through his telescope is like the surface of Saturn. I mean, I've been right with him when he's looking at this stuff. He's got the moon like so up close you wouldn't even believe it. I mean, he's got the goods. NASA lies to you. They have the goods. Okay. So they have Solar Warden that patrols our space, you know, our solar system. They have, believe me, they're in contact even. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're in contact. So again, I'm just going to get that out of here. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Those are some pictures just to sort of whet your appetite, if you will. You probably are going to see more tonight on Hoagland's show.
Awesome.
If he's allowed to do anything. But the bottom line here is that we, the people, are, and we have to demand the truth from our governments, okay, around the world. And the secret space program, look, what Donald Trump put in place, Space Force, was a covering that was basically his effort to try to own what the secret space program, secret government, which is mostly underground and off planet, is doing. Okay. So that is his administration's effort to take control of that. He is not successful so far, as I'm concerned. Okay. Now we don't know what kind of negotiations are going on with 3i Atlas, but I can guarantee you they're in touch. They're in contact. And there was actually a shutdown of all images, period, not because of the sun, but just between July 21st and August 21st. There was like a month of total blackness that we humans were not party to anything that was going on. So they could have, you know, gone out there, boarded the ship, you know, had meetings. We would not be the wiser. I'm just trying to paint a picture. We are in the dark, literally not being told anything. So this is the trouble. But there are things that this particular craft are doing that are sort of in your face. When it is going on a trajectory, what David Sereda talked about is that every point that it's crossing relates to a historical event, especially religious historical event back in our history, which means they know us intimately. They know how humans think. They know, you know, what you believe, and that, you know, Methuselah lived for 100 years. I mean, all these different correspondences are mathematical. And the way aliens can communicate with humans, even if you don't share, you know, the same language, is through mathematics. So what they're signaling to us is that they have been watching us, that they have been recording us, and that they came into our solar system at a particular time and place where everything is being orchestrated from their end. Okay. And how we react. Well, we react secretly because we've got a secret government, a secret space program, and it goes from there. And the evidence, if you don't believe me, is also that Richard Hoagland is being blocked, because I think they're afraid this is a moment for him as a scientist who goes out beyond, you know, where I think is saying of his website or something, where no man dares to go or whatever. So that's why they're afraid he's going to, you know, he's kind of a drama queen. And so he's going to take this moment and make a big deal of it. You know, in a sense, he's been waiting for this all his life. Okay. So now you want me to, this is kind of, I will talk about this. I tend to link up the dots. I connect the dots. They tried to do a, you know, false flag.
Let's save that, because I'm going to bring, that's the next part of my discussion. And
okay, you said what subjects? These are subjects. I'm not going to talk about it.
Subjects. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, that's the kind of thing that I will talk about, is everything under the sun and link them all together.
Wow, that sounds absolutely incredible. Laura, what are your plans? What do you plan on discussing? I always enjoy your discussions, your insights. So what are you planning on?
Well, I'm really excited to hear everybody. My gosh. Well, I there's a lot of different layers, different kind of subjects that connect. I share a bit about my great grandfather Eisenhower, not because I want to make that my, you know, focus, but there's a lot that they're trying to keep from us about what took place during his administration. And it's not just about him. It's the voice that he had for many of us back then, for sovereignty, for freedoms, for liberation from the deep state. There were things he set in motion to dismantle that. But of course, it's us dismantling it. But touching upon a little bit of that, the millions of dollars that are spent every year to silence people like us, Richard Hoagland, all of us that have dealt with censorship, how hard it is to, bounce back. I mean, we do, and that's maybe 2 slides, right? The rest of it, maybe a few, just on, just some of the deeper layers of all this that some really extraordinary people have helped me to understand, including a lot of folks here, just about that particular era, that particular time in our history. So I'll share what I've learned there and how that lines up with a lot about just our connection. And that's very brief. A lot of it's going to be about the weaponization of the zodiac, how that relates to the 12-strand DNA, 12 houses, 12 strands, 12 stargates. I mean, just the connection with all of this, the multidimensional cosmos, and our reconnection to the Christ Sophia, the divine blueprint. Not in a woo-woo kind of new agey way, but in the way of how does this relate to the planetary grid network, and what were the reversal grids? What happened that made it so we're born into a system that literally from the beginning of our life begins to throw us into inversion through all the pillars of society that are all swamps that need to be drained. How does this show up in the zodiac with all the different astrological alignments that are going on? What is the psyops that we're being thrown to hijack that growth period and initiation that we all experience in our own unique ways? Is to bring us, into the 0-point unified field and not be so ruled, by alignments too, because a lot of what rules us are that Anunnaki that, Carrie talks about so much, and others that have been in the field. And I know all of you have touched upon the subject. Where is that overlay? How does it show up there? How can we begin to move into the 12 tones, the flames, the true representation of what this meant, where it was much more embodied than, something we experience on like a prediction level, which is important for awareness. It's like we'd want to know the weather forecast before going out. If want to make sure we wear a rain jacket and a coat if it's going to be that kind of weather. But how can we drop that being played, being controlled and manipulated, and how to clear or acknowledge the clearing that needs to take place in our creative channels, to move beyond the archonic sort of lower astral, lower shadow Neptune, to move into that multidimensional awareness as a scriptwriter, as a empowered person that reclaims that creative imagination and writes a better script for our future. So it just goes into where does that show up in places we don't expect? And that can be incredibly revealing, just like iridology or looking at, hidden things about our bodies that might reveal more than we thought. So I'm kind of shedding light on some of those sort of things. And that, the future is in our hands. So a lot about galactic history and the remedial tone that the system was designed to keep out. So the mother energy would never return and reclaim her body. It's sort of like them doing that to our physical body with geoengineering, that nature experiences that we experience through all sorts of bioweapons and tactics being used to, hook us in, that we can absolutely collapse and override through the power of our, reconnection to our truth. And that's what our book is about, awakening the truth frequency, that is enough to collapse this control matrix. And that in a location, why is this location so significant? Montauk area, Long Island, that we would all come together. And what has, touching upon what's gone on there, and what our presence, what our field, what our unity and conversations and presentations and love and everybody that we relate to, and what our intent is and what we send out is going to shift the vibration of a very, very targeted area of the world.
Wow, fantastic. Always love your going down the rabbit hole of the consciousness. You always make it comfortable. So it's like,
oh, good.
Michael, can I say something? Is it okay,
absolutely,
everyone? I'm sitting here listening to you, and I have no doubt how fabulous this summit event's going to be, because each of you are actually all talking about the same exact thing. You're putting it into a timeline because we're prepared for the information to come forth now. Whether you use pixels and numbers, how everything is number coded now, plastic, we're in a transition. And however we want to formulate it, your grandfather with the 3 presidents that Mike brought up, we really should start with you and what went on with his history first, and then how Kennedy and all the other presidents followed through with that, in my opinion. And I love that Mike and Kerry can go at it a bit because they're both right in their own ways. And there are that many people that will hear both sides. So I love that we can be together and really like roll up our sleeves and pitch it out there. And I think the history that Brad is bringing forth is just another unraveling. We wouldn't have been able to be here a day sooner than we are. We are here because we've been prepared to be here today, whether it's through the zodiac energies of the planet. These programs that we were born into have been well illustrated years and a million years ago. We're just part of the timeline. This is all that this is. It's an energy awakening. And the matrix about the federal government, the IRS, that's all part of it. We're ready to hear and think different because we're being turned on, or whatever we're going to call it. And I really think the urgency of putting this together in like a half an hour, and you guys are great to be on board with me. I appreciate that. But it isn't about any of us. It's about spreading the message and getting people more prepared to, and we are in for a magnificent season. It's going to be wild. Look what happened when I spoke to you till today. The events are happening so quickly. They're shocking. You believe them, you don't believe them, where they're coming from, but everyone's starting to think a little bit. That's the best part of right now. So having you here to sit with the audience and resonate that information that you're rising, your consciousness is rising. So how it was designed, how the numbers are pixel and computerized, and how this is coming in, and the transition we're into going forward. This is the exact right time for all of us to be together. And I just want to say once again, Michael, thank you so much for grouping us together and letting us share our message to the Long Islanders of New York.
Yeah, definitely. And I like what Laura said about the Montauk project. And Brad and I and you were talking about the Montauk project before we went on. Brad brought up the excellent point that one of the seats from one of the craft was taken to Montauk and put people up. And, that Netflix show Stranger Things kind of like can lose to some of these things that have been used for the Montauk. And other people have talked about the Montauk project for many years. But let's jump into other controlled information and thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And that's a Charlie Kirk event that just happened. Brad, what are your thoughts on Charlie Kirk?
Oh boy, so many inconsistencies. We're not being told the truth. I had high hopes for Kash Patel, but he seems to be going along with this lone nut shooter. I mean, it's the same script over and over and over again. But now I just saw today that they've done the analysis on the gunshot, and it was at close range. So this is just throwing everything into a tizzy to try to stick with this old narrative. It's just, I don't know how people could really go along with it anymore, but this could very well be the linchpin we need to turn the tides against this deep state who keeps doing these kind of things and keeps trying to tell us, oh no, it's just a one-off lone nut shooter. And I also saw that the governor of Utah said the kid has not talked yet. So everything you see, all these fake inquiries into his texts with his lover and all this, it's just, once again, it so reminds me of Lee Harvey Oswald. And I think, Mike, you might want to chime in with this, all the parallels and the one-off shooter kind of thing, and how this just doesn't really add up. And unfortunately, I might have to go here in a minute. I'm in the library and they're closing up in a couple minutes.
That's why I
just want to close by saying I can't wait to see all you guys in Long Island. And Donna, thank you so much for bringing us together. It's going to be a great event. And I'm going to watch the replay on this and see what you guys have to say after I got to jump off.
All right, and I will try to get you your little book blurb by Monday. I promise. Okay, I'll get on it. But tomorrow's football day, so forget that. Yeah,
give me that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so from I think within an hour, maybe 2 hours after the Charlie Kirk incident, I come on and basically destroy the narrative right away. I've seen these things. I've studied these things over time. And then was basically they hijacked a deep state event that they knew was coming. That's my thoughts on it. But the narrative continues. But this is something we see in a lot of these events where they'll continue all these different narratives. Oh, the shot came from here, and you get all these experts to come on and talk about it. And We just see so many anomalies every day. There's more. It's 21 days, create a habit. They want to just keep force feeding us and controlling our consciousness until at some point we just accept it. Even though all of us were out, saying, this is false, this is negative, don't go for it. Still people went and got it. So it is something that we're doing again. So I think we're going to see a lot of this stuff in the future because this is a play against the deep state, and the White Hats are basically taking the script and turning it against the deep state. So I don't see it as a huge negative, although Carrie and I and all of us here will agree that, yeah, we would like to say the truth, and that's our business to put out the truth. We're not attached to anyone. No one's controlling us or puppeting us, although I see some people out there that are. We're out there sharing the information that's true, and you're going to get it from us. We're going to constantly give you the true information. You can decide for yourself what you want to believe, and that's just the way it's going to be going forward until everybody wakes up. So that's going to take a little bit longer. Carrie, what are your thoughts?
Well, I can play a clip that's like less than probably a minute long, where Juan O'Savin is describing how they put people into witness protection.
Right.
And he was the reason that matters. It's all in my video that I made. But Kash Patel was talking to for the FBI. He was on a podium, and he basically made a statement to Charlie saying, so long, brother, we've got this. I'll see you in Valhalla. And those words are actually echoed by Juan O'Savin in a previous broadcast. And he is ostensibly the spokesperson, the lead spokesperson for what is in essence the Trump White Hats or the Trump MAGA movement, or whatever you want to call the name of what they do. Okay. But they are the ones that are the military arm of the Trump MAGA movement. And Juan is the ostensible leader. I've been told he has a rank higher than general. He is JFK Jr., and I have backed that up with lots of evidence over the years and done many interviews about that. So what I'm saying here is not going to be per se about that, but it is what he said in this statement that is so striking. So I could basically share my screen again if that works and play this 1 minute video if it works. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, let's play that.
It just takes 1 second for this thing to play.
Long and short of this is that you're on his stage. When you hide, we go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity. And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community? And then you can bring them out later on.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
So this is, as far as I'm concerned, a tell, if you want to call it that. So this is kind of what we're talking about is getting these tells from one, Kash Patel, and two, somebody unearthed this piece of video footage where Juan was explaining. So Juan himself, being JFK Jr., is also part of the package. So he knows, he orchestrates this. I believe he's behind a lot of the orchestration of, and the reason they brought Charlie Kirk into witness protection and staged a whole assassination scenario for the world is to stop, to hide him, to take him off the world stage at a time when he was being threatened by Israel. That much is evident in, a lot of the press information, a lot of his speeches towards the end of his so-called life, and so on. So they had to put him into hiding because otherwise they were going to lose him. And JFK Jr. knows this better than anyone because right when he was going to run for president, and Charlie Kirk was the selection, or at least one of them, of the White Hat group under Trump for who would come and follow in Trump's footsteps. So he was their choice. Somehow that got leaked somehow that put him in great danger. And then Netanyahu was offering him huge sums of money to support Israel. This is recent news, and this is substantiated. So put two and two together. What would you do with a guy that you needed to protect to keep him alive for the future if you saw the best possible future scenario for our, planet, or at least the United States, is this young man who is quite brilliant and a wonderful speaker. So this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I almost completely agree with you on all your points. So, Mike, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I don't know if it's a false flag. I do know, I'm watching these guys doing this with their baseball caps and signaling right before he shot, and they're clearly signaling to a shooter. The close range thing doesn't seem likely to me. It clearly looks as though that he gets hit and the bullet goes through that way, which means a guy who's higher up and shooting down logically. I have a friend, Mike, he's like you. He's got a special forces background. I'm going to do my show on Monday. I'm going to ask Steve Doran about it, the trail boss, and see what he thinks about all. There's definitely something fishy going on. But I think it's the thing I want to discuss is not so much the incident itself, but let's assume he did pass away. I did see a video from a guy who was with him the entire time after the shooting, one of his mentors, a pastor, and he gave a pretty convincing testimony. And so I don't know which is the truth, and I'm not going to argue that. But let's talk about the impact of the incident as if he were shot. And what you can see is that this is a turning point event, to use a pun. This is something that's changed America almost the way 9/11 changed it. You've got people who lean Democrat who are now like, F the Democrats. There is a major going on because of this. And you see the deep state trying to respond as if Jimmy Kimmel losing his crappy rated show is the same thing. Even Elon Musk said, he went full retard. You never go full retard to Ben Stiller. He told him that and said, just STFU, get out of here. Because what matters is that he was taken off the stage. Now, whether it was by the white hats or by the black hats, he was taken off the stage because he loved God, because he loved Jesus, because he loved America, and because he was changing the hearts and minds of young people and turning them away from the satanic dark cabal. That's why he's not with us anymore. So for whatever reason, witness protection, whatever it is, when they strike at us like that, Michael, I don't start fights, but if you swing at me, I'm going to punch back. And I think that's what you're going to see here over the next few weeks. Maybe it's not the best course of action. Maybe it's not what we should do, but I feel like this is like a seismic shift in the body politic of America, and the response is going to be chilling. I mean, I'm just thinking we're that close. We're that close to a Charles Bronson movie where people are just sick and tired of girls getting stabbed on subways and people being shot for speaking their mind and talking about God. And I just think the response is going to be very, very difficult for us to all get through. We're headed into a tough stretch here for sure.
Yep. I think it's a turning point too, but like 9/11 was a deep state controlled operation.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump's fake assassination was a white hat operation that was flipped. And I think this is the same thing. So
I don't know which this is. I hope it's a white hat operation. And a year from now, he reemerges and says, we had to do this. So I hope that's true.
So I give you my extensive background, and I say it's a white hat operation. So Laura, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of that going on. A lot of white hat operations. And I mean, the division, the polarization is getting, worse to the extreme. And with all these, we're not talking just sleeper agents. We're talking, people that are just amongst us, that have crossed the border, that have been, activated, that have been released from underground base. I mean, God only knows how much that is, going on, and what this bioweapon has done to people's mind, connected to the 5G as well, to create more unrest, more division, more danger for all of us. And we've all put ourselves out on the line. We know it. we're a team, I feel, with the white hats and the positive military units and the things that are going on to shift what's going on the planet. So what we see on the world stage is very different than what is actually going on. And I do definitely feel that there are a lot of different stories that seem to be coming from that side, patriot or white hats, or they're doing this and they're clearing this out and they're being executed, that make people complacent. And some are very, very, accurate, I'm sure. And you're the one that is really that clarity, Michael, and all of you, Carrie and Mike as well, to really be able to see the anomalies and the signs. And if you don't know how to read that, you can't really navigate very well what's going on in the news. There's a lot of CGI, there's a lot of AI, there's white hat operations. I definitely felt that the assassination with Trump immediately was a white hat operation. And intuitively, that was the first hit that I felt about Charlie. I've kind of kept a distance from the news lately just because my energy field has been so overwhelmed. But I feel so much is moving in our favor, because an awakening humanity is going to have a society and a system that is collapsing and reflecting back the victory of what we're attaining from within. And we just have to stay the course, regardless of where we might feel where the information takes us. Even you guys arguing, you could tell it's playful. You don't mean anything vicious. The thing is, these conversations without the division and holding that line and being that example for others, that we can all see different perspectives and have different backgrounds or opinions about this, and have a wonderful conversation about it and learn from each other. So I think, Michael, you've always talked about, this being able to see and remote view, and with your background and your insiders, Carrie, and your incredible research, and everybody here. So it's going to be amazing. I got to go to be at this event. Thank you so much, Donna, for pulling us together. I just have so much love and respect for all of you. And Michael, it's always amazing to see you. And I look forward to seeing, where all of this goes. And it'll be interesting to see how the next couple of years unfold. But yeah, I definitely see something spiking, and will override and help to de-weaponize the humans that are becoming weaponized, and that the white hat operations are happening to protect a lot of people right now too.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah,
Love you, Laura.
Love you guys.
Love you too. Thanks.
Do you want to hear what I think about Charlie? What happened?
Yeah.
If you're interested.
Yeah, just sorry, I'm going to have to go as well. But I can stay for your, whatever you might say here, Laura.
Thank you, Carrie.
Donna,
Thank you.
but I actually have to go.
I hope it's a white hat operation. There's been so much of that around here. We don't know the truth about much of anything we've ever learned anyway. So we don't really know what's going on here, but let's just use the fact that we can look and have a conversation and figure out white, dark. But the fact is that he was assassinated in front of a lot of young American children, young adults that are going to be, running the world, making peace, full of hate. We don't know. And it's a global, it affected the entire planet. So whether it's white or dark, the fact is the reality in the world that we are living, it was traumatizing to see a life being taken out. Young father, upcoming, someone's son, husband, father, and all he did was have peace rallies and conversations, spoke to people who had nothing in common with him. It was a very peaceful exposure. And then he got shot. And I think the message is, America, you wave your flag, you're an American. Don't let anything keep you down. Don't be afraid of anything. I think this is going to bring people out and give them a lot of courage in a peaceful way. Because if that's the leadership that Charlie was projecting, peaceful conversations with people who have nothing in common with you, I'm all for it. And I think that shakeup was not only based here in America, but it hit globally. The millions, the billions of people that don't have these conversations, but it affected them. So it's time to stand up with pride and not be afraid to speak freely amongst other people who are different from you. And that hate and that division, how they're constantly dividing you to hate somebody. He was a peaceful man who spoke to people who are very different. That was to try to make you afraid of being a free soul spirit. Let's not forget that. And one other thing, while I'm an American, I'm not agreeing with all of what America did, right or wrong, but I'm an American and I am going to wave my American flag. And if you're an American and you're living here and you don't like seeing that American flag, that's a sad day for you. But not every other, all the Americans here, put your flags out, be proud to be an American, support what Charlie's efforts were, freedom of speech, the loving people that we are here in America, stand up for America, the loving, peaceful people that we are, support Charlie. Do not ever be afraid of being shut down. He did what he did. Believe it or you don't believe it, future adults of this world. They're trying to frighten you to not speak. And I don't want anyone ever to say that he was a brave man. You don't have to be brave to speak freely from your heart. You just have to speak freely from your heart. And we have to stand behind what happened there. That's how I feel about what happened to Charlie.
Beautiful, Donna. And
Thank you.
your Awakening Summit, again, it's October 4th and 5th.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, and I just want to sort of pull apart this mythology that is taking place as a result of what, because according to my information and my research and my own intuition, White Hat operation that goes back probably at least a year and maybe more than 1 year. And I believe that they use this opportunity to do, especially to mislead the dark hats, at least from the outset, and then also for them to track and trace the sort of people on the street type enemies that they have, and possibly others plotting for nefarious acts in the very near future. So everyone who follows Juan O'Savin and Nino will know that they have been talking about some kind of guerrilla warfare happening, some possible change up in this financial system. And as a result of that prediction, which I could show you, there's a triangle that Nino shows on his latest shows, and it shows you all the sort of levels of obstacles that they think are coming in the future. And we're kind of at the top of the triangle, which has to do with, again, guerrilla war coming from the dark side because they're losing ground. Although I don't necessarily see their position the same as Juan or Nino. And I've kind of made that clear over the years because I have been interviewing whistleblowers from Above Top Secret for 20 years now. And as a result of that, my perspective is different than your average human walking around. So I just want to say that you may not agree with me. I want to precept this by saying that I love Juan and Nino and the whole White Hat team. And that goes way back. I've been working with them since 2010. Of course, I was kind of kicked off the team by Juan because he was afraid that I would see through his facade, which I did. And then I posted a lot of information out there on shows and on my website, which is still there, showing how he does his disguise and the fact that he's JFK Jr. And it goes from there. So if you're not familiar with my work, or you're not familiar with those shows and my postings, I have made them available. All you have to do is go onto my website and under search, just put JFK. You don't even have to add the junior, and you will come across all the pages with information, photos, videos, where I explain how I got to know John, and met him in person several times, and have had sort of an ongoing, I don't know what you want to call it, contentious relationship with him. It was very friendly at first, and then, he actually thought that I wasn't on the right page for the White Hats, because I'm a person who really wants to get the truth out. that works against their agenda. They are using a lot of the dark side operational, type operations and ways of behaving, trajectories, plans, etc., to carry out their own false flags, fake assassinations, and other things of that nature, to take the audience, to take the people, and to do what, even people in power have always done, which is to manipulate you in the direction where they want you to go. Now, the fact that their sort of objectives are positive does not change the fact that they're using sort of negative reinforced activities, if you will. They're lying, they're deceiving, they're using all the intelligence, operational procedures and so on to basically get the people to act in certain ways that they want to see, and to actually push their game plan along so eventually they can get rid of the dark side. So they have good intentions, but sometimes their operational procedures are not totally in the light, if you will. And I can understand that, in times of war, we do what we have to survive and to save the lives of the people around us. So that is their first priority. I honor that. However, I also think that people need to be told the truth, and there's times when they kind of overdo their misleading tactics. Okay, so in that light, I'm going to now proceed to tell you the way I see the Charlie Kirk fake, false flag, fake assassination, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean I'm going to be completely right on every detail, but I think in the end, you may end up agreeing with me, even if you started this video thinking that I was crazy, which is fine, I don't care. But you're going to see that these things do add up to the actual truth. So I think there are a lot of people out there, astute people, who realize that there are so many things about this whole performance, and it was a performance, that don't fit. When I tell you my points of view, which I've already put on my Substack and on my Telegram in bits and pieces, kind of backed up with videos and clips and this and that, you're going to understand why I see things the way I do. So first of all, let me say that I have gathered over the years and following the White Hats since at least 2010, when I was also writing articles about them and for them, working with Paladin, doing some interviews with him about the coming financial changes that have not really, at least ostensibly, taken place quite yet. But I think we're right on the verge of that. And I think that's part of the reason they decided to do this operation now. Although I think there's an extenuating circumstance when you look at all the evidence that if you don't have this front and center in your mind, you need to know the ultimate objective and why Charlie Kirk was the person chosen for the operation. And so the understanding here is that even from 107, but also from other sources, somehow it got leaked that Charlie Kirk was a sort of chosen as a possible presidential candidate to follow in the footsteps of Trump. Trump's not going to live forever. Some of us might wish he would. He is in hiding a good part of the time. It's true. There are several doubles of Trump, shorter, fatter doubles for the most part. But the real guy, I believe, is still around and showing up from time to time. So I know that this weekend, I believe it is, that they're going to have this whole funeral procession, mourning thing, whatever, commemoration, call it what you will. And it just troubles me that so many people are going to be deceived and in pain, really, over that he has this lovely family that was left behind and so forth. So I just want this to be put into your understanding to see where you might fall as far as understanding why they lie to you, what's their motivation, and all about the white hats operations in general. So this is not the first time I ever made a video about the subject, but I haven't for a while. I just kind of got tired of doing that sort of thing. Because sometimes they just take it as criticism, and it's not actually criticism in this traditional sense. What I'm interested in is for people to take seriously that the white hats could be doing things a bit differently, that they could be raising the bar, that we could ask for Juan, for example, to raise the bar, to come forward out of his disguise, to tell the truth about who he really is and why he had to be in hiding. Because if you don't understand what they do and why they do it, then you're not really learning. They think they're teaching you certain truths, and perhaps they are, but they're not teaching you the real truths. And this is very important for humanity to grow. So it's all very nice to have a team that's working on our behalf to fight the dark side, but they can't do it alone. And I just did a lecture in Vegas about that topic and why they need us, which is really very obvious. And they wouldn't make such a big thing over the vote if they didn't need you. Okay, so understand that you and your point of view and your consciousness is very much impacting the trajectory of planet Earth, the future of your children, and where we're going from here. Okay, so I have lots of notes and data to refer to. And so I'm going to kind of go down it. And then I also have, so let me direct you to my website, projectcamelotportal.com. And I also have a Substack with the exact same article. So both of those have, obviously, Charlie Kirk was a wonderful guy from all intents and purposes. And let me say that I did not know him. In fact, I never saw him speak or anything like that. So I was not familiar with him when I first saw him, when the first news came out that he had been on stage. And let me also say that since then, I have listened to various speeches of his and can see that he was quite a brilliant guy. He certainly seemed to have his heart in the good place. And he had a lovely family and they all looked wonderful. I will say that, that as far as I was concerned initially, this was obvious that this was an operation, but then that's kind of how I see the world. I'm totally aware of how much deception is out there. And most of the time I get it right for what it's worth. And so on. So in this situation, I will say that if you read my banner here, you will also see that it was staged. And I'm basically saying this is a great opportunity to come forward and tell the audience the truth. But they are going to choose not to do that. They're choosing to continue what I call the dog and pony show, which is unfortunate that they're doing it that way, but that's kind of how it's been. So I just want to say that I believe the best way for them to start approaching the people, since this is going on now since 2016. So I'm not sure how many years is that, maybe 11 years or more. And the bottom line is that they've been lying to the people on and off whenever they, decided to do an operation or decided to try to change the trajectory of, what they're doing. And I think their excuse would be, well, they put it on the Q posts, a lot of it. And they did. A lot of the Q posts do have hints about various things that they'd be doing. And they did work with an AI, so they got a lot of that stuff maybe pretty correct. However, it's more important on the human level, as I say, who is going to save your soul if not you? And if you're not going to make decisions that are actually in the best interests of humanity, in spite of what fight, you're fighting. Throughout the centuries, we have had all kinds of people, whether they're in armor, like in the days of Camelot, or, fighting wars and so forth. They're fighting under a king, supposedly, or a queen. And this is how it goes. But they make decisions for you by and large. And all they do is sort of ask for your support. Basically, put up and shut up for the most part. And if you speak up, then you are in sort of danger, I guess you might say. You're not just in danger from the dark side, you're also in danger from the white hats themselves. But I have been risking this for a very long time. I've gone through this in more than one century of my life or lives, and even going back to the days of Camelot. So, interestingly enough, King Arthur's Camelot Round Table is made up of most of our whistleblowers, I believe, and it's written about in my book if you want to know more about that whole saga. I will say it's no accident that Wano Savin, who is leading the charge, he's a high-level, I don't know, someone told me he's higher than a general in this war of worlds that we're involved in. And so he's making the strategic decisions along with generals. Supposedly 200 generals chose Trump. And then the AI they're using, which they say is quote unquote carbon-based. That doesn't mean it's honest. And it still can be manipulated as a carbon-based human can be manipulated. But they think they know what they're doing. And oftentimes it does look like they do. Sometimes not. So back to Charlie Kirk. First of all, one can assume, and it is now out in the press, that Israel and Charlie Kirk were not really getting along all that well, that Netanyahu had recently had reason to perhaps be suspicious that Charlie Kirk, who they would of course know is a selection for being president in the near future, was not going to agree with their positions on things. And Israel, for those that don't know, is run by the Anunnaki. I have lots of evidence of that going back in my work with whistleblowers who have talked about it. One of my most famous whistleblowers was Command Sergeant Robert O. Dean, or Bob Dean, and he said that the Anunnaki are walking the halls of the Pentagon. That was about in 2010 or so. So ever since then, I've also been on the trail of the Anunnaki, and I have reason to believe that a lot of my information is correct in that regard. Now, I don't think that all Anunnaki are necessarily negatively based. I believe they may have some splits. I believe there may be some good Anunnaki somewhere in the mix. I also believe that there is a race of beings helping me do my work. So I just want to acknowledge them. I've got evidence of that. I could perhaps talk at more length at another time. I have talked about it in the past, but suffice to say that I have many people that try to come to me and tell me what they think is going to be in the future, what they think like 3i Atlas is all about, what they think this new swan, so-called craft or comet or craft disguised as a comet, so-and-so, is about, and so forth. They talk about the Galactic Federation, etc. And the Galactic Federation is infiltrated, and it didn't just stop being infiltrated because of some arbitrary something. There are certain people out there saying things about this that are absolutely wrong. I have found over the years that my intuition is very strong, that I'm often correct when it looks like everybody else around me thinks the opposite. So I've learned to, I guess you might say, rely on my intuition and downloads. And so that's how I'm coming forward at this time, understanding that I know there's a lot of naysayers out there and people that think they know what they're doing more so and so forth. That's fine. So I just want to say that in terms of Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to go to this article again, if you look at, and I've got tons of articles, so let me just click on this. So it's called The Charlie Hoax and the White Hat Operations, Enough with the Lies, and that speaks for itself. And the bottom line is that JFK Jr. is a very important part of this whole design, because he actually designed the false flag, or the so-called assassination of Charlie Kirk, along the lines of what he went through and how it's worked for him. And I have no doubt that he's trained Charlie, or given him training to make him able to handle everything that's happening to him right now, being in hiding, going into witness protection, however they decided to design that. And like I said, I believe that the actors involved, which includes his wife, I wouldn't include the children, probably don't know much about that aspect of things. But certainly all of the people that are the top level MAGA people, if you want to call them that, or the White Hats or whatever, that means Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, are having to play their role. They're having to toe the line, to go with the party line that Juan sets forward, Juan and the team set forward. And they set this forward again and trained for this operation at least a year ago, possibly longer. And you can think of this as an acting job. Okay, so let's go to Tyler Robinson, who is supposedly the quote unquote, shooter, and understand that he was trained. Okay. And he's basically an actor. He's also a brilliant young soldier. He was probably recruited by the White Hats. So you can imagine, how could he be trained, you might be asking. And you can tell him, well, let's watch Robert De Niro movies and Taxi Driver, and try to understand, how do you look when you're being MK Ultra'd, and how should you act, and what should you do to play your role, and so on and so forth. And these dialogues, supposed messages between him and his so-called lover, all of that can be manufactured. All of it can be planned in advance. Both guys can be on the payroll of the White Hats. You have to understand that if you're going to do an operation, it's like putting on a play or making a movie. And because I come from Hollywood for 20 years, I'm very familiar with the idea of faking reality to make everything look even more real than real. And that's what you aim for. So in this case, I would say that Tyler Robinson is playing his part. He may be using sort of some mind-altering drugs. He may even be getting some small hypnosis during certain aspects of his actions in order to keep him going. He also would be prepared to sit in prison, for example, and for them to stage him to have, or in some situation where he's being transferred, just like in a movie, from one prison to another, so on and so forth. So you don't just have one aspect of a false flag. And, I've done dozens of interviews a long time ago with Ole Damagard. So when I don't know what he thinks about this current operation, but if he's half as smart as he always was, he's going to know the whole thing was staged. What I'm finding, though, is that people, even the ones in the know, like me, are not able to say the actual truth, the real truth. They might hint at it, but they're all playing nice. They're all trying to stay on Trump and Juan's good side. And you could think of Trump as, yes, the president. Well, Juan played, or actually was, the vice president up until, I guess Vance was brought on board. Now, they've been acting parts. All the White Hats have been acting parts long before they got into the public eye, and even when they were brought in, sworn in, to do certain things like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all the rest. So understand that they were totally prepared, that they would have to play parts during this time. And this will not be the last time they probably have to play a part. So they will know the truth, and they will have to act according to the truth that they're trying to sell to the people for a purpose, and usually the purpose is a good purpose. So they maybe don't even like, I think that Dan Bongino really hates playing a part like that. Some people really don't like to lie to the people regardless of the reason, even to save somebody's life. Other people have no problem with that and can do it very easily. So I just want to say that if you look at this scenario, you're going to see that Charlie Kirk was, first of all, he wasn't even the guy sitting in the chair. So this is where I started to get involved. I saw some footage of him sitting on a lawn prior to the event, talking to some people. Was quite short term. He stood up, he looked quite skinny. And I don't think I've ever seen him before, as far as I know. Maybe in passing or something on some video, but I really was not aware of him or his work. And obviously what I've heard about him and his work is that he did excellent work and he's fabulous. And I've seen him, he's a wonderful speaker and so on and so forth. And I like the fact that he's argumentative like me and not afraid to speak his mind. So that's a very big plus. So anyway, he stood up and he walked away and he looked sort of tall and slender. When I saw him supposedly sit down in the chair, he suddenly seemed to have gained weight. His face was fatter, and I just took note of it. I just am like that, okay? It's just like when I first met 107, I knew he was supposed to be JFK Jr. I thought he was psychically for years before I met him in person. But when I met him, I couldn't believe the disguise he was wearing, and I just was completely confused because back then I wasn't really familiar with meeting a person who was wearing a body mask as well as a mask over their entire face. And also he does something with his hands. I'm not sure if he shoots them up with some kind of steroids or what, but he makes them fatter. So they fit the fat body, and he wears more than one pair of pants. I've gone through all of that. So what Charlie Kirk all of a sudden did not look like the guy I just saw sitting on the grassy knoll. So immediately I went on guard and started looking at what was being shown to me. And then I saw him get hit in the throat, what looked like in the throat, and slump over. Okay, so it goes really fast, and then you see it over and over again, and it's been out there, and they've analyzed it like everywhere. And the bottom line is that Tyler Robinson was not the shooter. He was a decoy. He did not shoot the bullet from the top of the building, what looked like miles away, not sure the exact distance. And he, again, was playing a part as the decoy. So they have so-called captured him, and Kash Patel is saying they're going to find some other, accomplices now, and Dan Bongino is saying that. And and George Webb is doing a great job of following the trail on the ground, but he does not seem to understand false flags, and he does not seem to see that this is an operation. Okay, he does not seem to even acknowledge Trump and the White Hats. The White Hats are a military worldwide organization at this point, going back to the Kennedy assassination when they really got galvanized and sort of hit the ground running with their operations. They decided to use a lot of the tactics of the dark that the dark had been using on us. They have all military, ex-military, ex-law enforcement, et cetera, intel agents, you name them, who have come on their side. They have special signs and signals that they use, some of which are, put through Q and Q drops and all that. So if you don't know that, I'm just explaining. Obviously, many people watching this will know the whole scenario, but they might not know that this is one of their operations. So I just want to say that because they decided that this young man was going to be their presidential candidate, and they've been grooming him now for years. In fact, I saw evidence that he might have been groomed as far back as 2010 by the White Hats. So this is not somebody that they're just going to let go in public and just ignore. you must understand if you know the White Hats. And I tried to join them to sign a contract and they wouldn't let me, or one wouldn't let me. So I can tell you that they vet all their members. That doesn't mean they don't have traitors in their midst. I believe they do. Okay. And sometimes I think I know certain people that are very questionable because I have a really good psychic sense. So the first time I ever met Juan O'Savin in person, even though I totally thought he would be JFK Jr., I thought it would be sort of like obvious that he was. But I had no preparation to see him looking like this fat, middle-aged guy with this total mask on. And so I had to, so I looked at him and I said, all I got was on my intuitive level, I got there's something wrong with his face. And I couldn't believe it. And I even have a girlfriend took a picture of me while he was speaking, like just a few feet away from me, to the group that was on that Friday night, invited to Vegas as part of this Sound of Freedom movie that he wanted to screen with us, an advanced screening. And we were all part of the media. I met Nino in person there at that point, and several other of the people that you know are well known. And so Juan O'Savin spoke there, and he had this completely weird head mask on, as I say, and I tapped into that. But I didn't tell anyone, although I might have said under my breath, there's something wrong with his face, but no one wants to say that about somebody, so I probably kept that to myself. But when I got back from the event, I told one of my close friends that that's what I thought. And then what happened is I had about, I think it happened like 2 months later. So the event happened in February, March, and then in April, there was the Schumann resonance went off the charts one night. I think it was around April 3rd and 4th. I'm not sure. But I got downloads and huge dreams about Trump and Juan O'Savin. And in my dreams, that lasted all night long and were exactly the same as reality, if not more so than reality, such that when I woke up, I thought, no, I'm supposed to be back in that reality, not this. But anyway, I immediately texted him because I had been in contact over going to this event, and just said, you won't believe the dream I just had. And it was all about him explaining to me how he did his disguise to look like Juan O'Savin, as well as giving me tons of other information. And those dreams continued for at least a year. Occasionally, I still get dreams, about the White Hats and what they're doing and so on and so forth. Some I share and some I don't. And I'm sure, I text Juan a lot, but I think he just ignores my texts by and large. But the NSA, I'm sure, reads them all. And so they still go through to someone. I don't know who. But I do also think on a psychic level, he occasionally does see my texts. Maybe someone brings them to his attention. Who knows? So the thing is that going back to the situation where Charlie Kirk was skinny on the knoll, went in to sit in the chair, looked like he gained weight, even in the face, and then the situation happened. Now, as it happens, I found a video that depicts the mask and how they did the whole sort of shooting thing, so-called shooting thing. And the fact that, there were lots of good videos showing that it was a squib, that yes, he had a mic there, but there was more than that. And that, there was a special mask that allowed for, this operation to occur. And that there was also some kind of, I don't know if it was a fake bullet or what it was, from the phone behind him, not from anywhere else, and so on and so forth. So we're looking at a designed operation. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my my notes here and see and make sure that I don't forget to say anything, because I want to get through all this. Okay, so I'm going to play this clip. I hope it's right here. Okay, so here's a clip I want to play that's going to show you, actually encapsulates the entire thing. And these are in Juan's own words.
long and short of it is that you're on his stage. You know, when you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity. And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community, and then you can bring them out later on.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Okay, so I just want to draw your attention to the Secret Service security guy that puts his hand next to Cash. I believe he's a bodyguard. I'm not sure what his real name or job is, but he is actually patting. So the body language is telling me this. Cash Patel has just dropped a bomb telling you the real operation, telling you that, as Juan just said, and I'm going to back that up and play it again, that he's in hiding, that he's in witness protection. Now, Juan has come out on Nino's show numerous times since I was one of the first people who said I believe that Charlie Kirk is in witness protection. So since then, he obviously is trying to run a narrative having to do with this operation they just did. So they have to act it to the end. It's kind of like, it's like if you saw, there's a great con movie with Will Smith, and it's called The Focus, and it's fabulous. And that shows you like a con job, how it's carried out, all the cons. And the one thing they tell you in that movie is they can never give up on the con before they achieve their objective. So they have to stick with the con. So right now, the con is basically this left-wing radical who has a trans boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever you want to call that person, and was out of his mind, not liking Kirk and wanting to cause mayhem. So that's the party line of what people believe happened. They believe this lone gunman theory, which is never true. This guy is run. He's completely controlled. And in my view of it, I think he's trained to be part of the operation. So I think Tyler Robinson, if you look into his background, was absolutely brilliant. He's a soldier. He's a trained military guy with a great mind who excelled in his schooling. And he was a really sort of probably gung-ho to be part of anything. And in this case, he was faking being a left-winger, even if he did have some left-wing sort of holdovers in his mind. He was recruited by the White Hats, and I'm sure he would see it as a good cause behind the scenes. So when you look at what Cash Patel just said, I'll see you in Valhalla, it's clear that he knows that he was breaking with the con and telling people the truth. But he wanted to do that, I would imagine, because either he was under orders that he could do that, because there are a good part of MAGA that are really trying to figure this out. And this is throwing us a bone, in essence, to let us know that we're on the right track, that this was faked, but they have to stick with it. Okay, so Cash, I think, was given that, role at that moment. And then he goes right back into, having to lie and keep up the facade and say they're going to look for other gunmen when they know exactly who the gunmen are, whoever they had chosen to hold the phone, to have the cons on the stage, and all the signaling that went on and this and that. So now I'm going to back this up, because what you have to understand when you listen to this is that when this was shot, which I don't know the exact date, but it was a long time prior to this whole operation happening, I believe. And he's, by the way, he's in the Trump Hotel. I recognize it because I just stayed there, and I stay there all the time when I am in Vegas. So, and Juan stays there all the time too when he's in Vegas, as most people know. So what happens is he is explaining to you what happened to him, what he was part of. So he knows this intimately. He's speaking from experience. So listen again, understand who's talking and his level of expertise in this particular area. Okay?
Long and short of it is that you're on his stage. You know, when you hide, you go into witness protection. There's different ways you can create an identity. It's much easier to have a shared identity.
Now let me stop it there. So a shared identity. Why did he say that? Okay, about a person who was going to go into witness protection? Because he has a shared identity. There are two Wano Sabins. I've met both of them. I've talked to both of them in person. I've looked in, very close to their faces, looked in their eyes. I even went up to the real one and just took my hand and actually opened his eyes. He didn't even stop me. And just to prove, because the real one has brown eyes and the fake one has blue eyes. And so I just want to say that that's why he's talking about having a shared identity, because obviously that's how they set him up. When he went into witness protection, they decided the best way for him to operate was to have a sidekick, and his sidekick is called Wayne Willett, okay? Has blue eyes, totally different vibe, but is about the same height as Juan, which is, I think they're a little over 6 feet. And I, like I said, have met both of them in person and talked with them at length. Okay, so let me continue.
And do you allow them free somewhere, or do they go to what we call Valhalla, some holding place that's not able to be in communication with the rest of the world, but as a community, and then you can bring them out later on?
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Then they say that they'll bring them out later, meaning they're still alive, they're in witness protection, they're in hiding, and they obviously probably have disguises in that, but they also actually are, brought out later. I think that's the plan. It's always the plan. So that, because living in witness protection is probably kind of like hell, and especially for someone like John Kennedy, I'm sure that has been very difficult for him, but he also seems to have, sort of relished in it, the actor side of him, playing this sort of game with society for so long, which has been going on for God knows how long. So I guess since 1999. So, and Carolyn's still alive and she survived and all this kind of thing, okay? And I know certain things I'm not going to reveal, et cetera, about that situation and his life and behind the scenes. So I just want people to understand that they tell you, that is even an Illuminati thing. They have to tell you before they do something. And that way, if you're too stupid and you're still deceived, then you deserve it, okay? Basically, that's their philosophy. So understand that is part of this scenario that we're talking about. Now, I'm going to go back to my notes. Hopefully, I can get them here and see if I can touch on some things that I forgot to mention. So there are lots of good researchers out there, and they are putting out all kinds of good stuff, which I appreciate. And I can usually read through something and see immediately if it is truth or lies. And I have been proven right enough to satisfy myself over the years, time and time again. So talking about the freedom of speech thing, talking about what Trump and Juan and Pam Bondi have been saying about, trying to stop the Democrats from hate speech and all this stupid shit, is also what the Democrats were trying to do, when Trump never took office. And if you don't know that, you really don't know anything. But for those that don't know that, that was the whole thing was a white hat operation. Our entire country was operating under that false pretenses. Okay. So, but for a reason, because Biden was a pedophile. And so his wife was his facilitator. I saw witness testimony that it disappeared off the web. I guess somebody put it there so I would see it. I'm not sure what, but it went into detail about he was brought children even when he was running for vice president, and the fact that they want to have a statue to him in Washington D.C. is just insane. These people just don't know anything. They are so blinded by their wishful thinking about life, and I'm talking about the Democrats in this case, that I pity them so much, and I wish they would wake the fuck up. And I'm sure everyone else does too. So basically, we've got also this issue with a threat from Israel. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was making rumblings and was in touch with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was making him offers to bring him on the side of speaking well of Israel and Israelis and so on. And Israel is run by the Anunnaki. That's why that country does not act much like any country that you've ever known about. Now, other countries are also run by ETs, so don't get too carried away when I tell you this. But there's no doubt whatsoever that Israel is run by the Anunnaki, according to my witness testimonies, all right? And that goes back to Bob Dean, the major that dealt with the Yetis, the Sasquatch, and I have 3 interviews with him. This famous journalist called Barry Shamish, who found out about the Anunnaki as just a member of society in Israel, where housewives.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford. It is now clear that something very big is going down, and it does look like a white hat move. Now, my own sources, this includes Russian FSB, MI6, and Pentagon types, are all saying some kind of big military move is scheduled for October. I do not know the details, but it's interesting that U.S. troops were treated to great hospitality at a giant Russian military exercise in Belarus. So this is an indication that Russia and the United States military are coordinating this. The other sign is that the Russian defense minister, defense chief, is in Iraq to coordinate some kind of military alliance. And Saudi Arabia has just announced a military alliance with Pakistan. That's very important because Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and if Israel attacks Saudi Arabia, then they'll face Pakistan aggression. So this is a big one, and it does look like Israel is going to be taken down. Now, Israel is actually, controlled by an inbred group of oligarchs, as we all know, and they are also definitely under attack now. Now, the big one for me was that they designated Antifa as a terrorist organization, and they're going to go after the funding of these organizations. So that means all these rent-a-mobs and all these other things that are happening are going to be facing a crackdown. So that's huge, too. Now, the other thing I'm noticing is a takedown of the corporate media. The New York Times is being sued for $15 billion. And just think about it, okay? It's the New York Times. They're in New York. They never once wrote the truth about 911. Okay, that says enough, That I used to respect that newspaper, but they've lost the plot. Now, the other big one is the Rothschild family is going to sell off their stake in The Economist. Now, they've owned The Economist since before Karl Marx. I mean, this is more than, like 150 years. So that's a big one. And then all these big time U.S. TV hosts, Jimmy Kimmel and a whole group of them are being removed from their positions. So it looks like a crackdown on this fake media and on these fake rent-a mobs is actually happening. So I do see signs, and people like Bill Ackman are now being outed. So the Charlie Kirk thing is turning out to be a major white hat psyops against Israel and against the Khazarian mafia. That's what this looks like. By the way, I was told by a CIA type that Charlie Kirk is actually alive and at a U.S. military base. I mean, it's one source telling me that, but it is a well-connected source. So it looks like this whole thing was staged, and now they're going to take it all away. But the other thing that I think people should be aware of is that it looks like the white hats have a new Donald Trump. Please take a look at this video of Trump and Melania arriving to meet Prince William in the UK. Now, Prince William is 6'3", and the real Trump is 6'3". So clearly, this one is shorter. He's lost 4 inches, so it's not the original. But I was told that for security reasons, they didn't think it was a good idea for the real Trump to go there. But the fact is that he's saying things like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is, to quote, is fucking me. When you have a Trump who's saying bad things about Netanyahu, then that's clearly a sign that he's under white hat control. Now, the other thing that's going on is that people are aware now that prominent critics of Israel are not going to be able to end this ongoing revolution. And, I'm especially glad to see Colonel Douglas McGregor now being more open about the real problem facing the United States. Here you can watch this clip where he blames who should be blamed.
The point is that, China's a current boogeyman, so tie your future to the boogeyman and say, now we're all in this together. No, we're not. We're not in anything at all with Israel. Israel is controlling us for one simple reason. He's bought and paid for the United States Congress and the White House. And there's an old saying, there's nothing more reliable than a man you can buy for cold, hard cash. And it looks like that's what he's got. And the audience that he's talking to, as I understand it, consists of large numbers of members of Congress. And I'm sure they've been handed cue cards for the 29th visit so that they all know when to stand up and give a standing ovation. He owns it. Now, how does he own it? Well, we know who the billionaires are in the United States, many of whom have dual citizenship, who have poured hundreds of millions of dollars into President Trump's campaign to get him into the White House and to buy up support for Israel on the Hill. It's worked. They're in control. The question is, how long will the American people put up with this? When do we hit the streets the way people have hit the streets in London? I don't know.
Now, the other thing I'm noticing is that more and more citizen journalists are confronting politicians who sold their souls to Israel. I think you should watch this one too, of Kash Patel, FBI director, being called out as a bitch for Israel. We should make sure none of these people is allowed to appear in public without being confronted by the Jews. That is important. And again, in tribute to my colleague Robert David Steele, who was one of the most influential people exposing this pedophile network, here's a clip of him speaking. It was because he discovered the financial network with computers in Antarctica that were being used to finance all this. It's clear that the corporate media is being taken down, the oligarchs, the funding that is being taken down, and it's pretty clear too that the United States is going to have to declare bankruptcy. The mathematics just doesn't work. If you look at, for example, all the real estate loans coming due. There was a building in New York that sold for $380 million in 2006, and now it sold for $8 million. That's going to happen across a lot of the cities. The banks are bankrupt. They're just faking it, and it's an important thing to do. Also, getting back to Trump, it is clear also they're using a lot of computer-generated Trumps as well for security reasons. Watch this clip and look at how Trump's fingers glitch out. So this is a sign that this is AI. But again, it seems to be white hat AI. And that's a good thing but clearly something has clicked, something is changing, but we still have some very prominent people who need to be removed. And I, for one, would like to see, the BlackRock World Economic Forum, Larry Fink guy, removed from positions of power because, he's been associated with using directed energy weapons to force people from their homes for real estate development purposes. And here in this video I'm about to show you, you can see he talks about how they co-opt government officials around the world before they come into power.
I mean, there are a lot. They talk to a lot of people, but I do believe because of the business model of who and what we are, our reach. We're heavily involved in most countries' retirement, whether it's in Mexico, we're the largest third non-Mexican, non-4A retirement manager. We're the largest retirement manager, non-Japanese, in Japan. We're the largest retirement manager in the UK, including the domestics. And so having that position, it's all about long-term issues, but it's things that you can't replicate because it's based on years of relationships. And trust, and whether it is, and I do go out of my way when there's somebody who's new in their role, a new prime minister. I will spend time. Generally, what I try to do is spend time before they win, and meet the candidates. So whether it's in Mexico, spending time with Claudia before she won, or spending time with Keir Starmer. It's just spending time with them and just saying, you have access to whatever information you need.
Okay, so he's trying to keep this control of fake politicians going in the West, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. But it's important. We've got to see more people fall on pedophile charges. So far, only Lord Mandelson, the UK ambassador, has been taken down by Epstein, but I think this is just the first domino, and a lot more are going to fall. So things are happening, folks. The autumn offensive has begun, and it's visible in many ways. But I've been told repeatedly that the real action, the real fireworks are coming in October. So hopefully this will finally end this nightmare we've all been living. And France could well be the first one to go because they've had their 5th prime minister in 2 years. And the people are rioting all over the country. They've got $300 billion in debt coming up, which they're not going to be able to roll over or refinance because their credit rating has been cut. So France is heading for some kind of collapse, and I expect also the U.S. is going to have to declare bankruptcy. And I have repeatedly said the Dragon family has a plan to help the American people and the Western people once their criminal government is removed. You're not going to be left with any debt, and you're all going to get paid back the money that was stolen from you through more than a century of central bank fraud. We're not going to punish legitimate businessmen, but a lot of people are going to get big checks of money that was stolen from them or from their ancestors. We're going to end this network of control through money, and the West will once again become strong and free and at the very forefront of human progress. That's what we're aiming for, and that's what we all got to push for. Remember, though, everybody has to do their part. Even if it's small, we all have to be involved to make sure this finally ends. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. I know you touched on this a little bit already. Charlie Kirk was starting to turn on Israel. Gen Z already hates Israel and forever wars. If Charlie gained traction with his huge following of young people, it would have been devastating for the Zionists going forward. He's also a great friend of Candace Owens, and she's 100% anti-Zionist. That 1-2 punch could not be tolerated by the KM, and I do believe it was a Mossad hit, unless you look at it from a standpoint of Netanyahu trying to get rid of him, or was he in danger? What are your thoughts?
You know, it's hard to say, but the expression used in cases like this is cui bono. I mean, who benefits? So if you look at what's happened with the Charlie Kirk assassination or staged fake assassination, I really don't know which it is. But the clear thing that is being taken from this, though, is that even though a lot of people came out and said, "See, this he deserved it, and you're next," all those people are being arrested or removed from positions of power or influence, and it is being used for a huge anti-Israel campaign. So whatever, even if it was Israel trying to silence critics, what's happening is that it has unleashed a storm against Israel, and it's about time. I mean, that country needs to be replaced with the nation state of Judea, and that's what's going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Just touching on this a little bit more. We do see, like you said, the arrest of critics of Charlie Kirk. Do you think this is going to end up being a threat to our free speech?
I definitely have my worries, because they say, all right, we're going after all the bad lefties, but then they're going to go after, maybe people you agree with. So I don't like the precedent. However, you have to understand that there are limits to free speech. So, for example, inciting violence is not allowed even in free speech. So if it's just a crackdown on threats of violence or incitement to violence, then maybe it's okay. But definitely we have to be careful about this, because first they go after people you don't agree with and say great, but then they start going after you, and there's nobody to protect you. So we do need to guard free speech. But it is clear that a lot of the corporate media long ago gave up free speech and became radical, lying propaganda outlets, and I include the New York Times, CNN, and a lot of the other corporate media. They were out and out lying. There's no other word for it, and that should not be allowed. People should not be allowed to produce a newspaper that prints lies and pretends it's the truth. That's not what journalism is about. Next question.
Hi, Ben. On the day of the Kirk shooting, Congress also voted 51-49 against the release of the Epstein files. Do you think we will ever see them? They simultaneously, on the same day, passed a House bill that would allow Secretary of State Marco Rubio to strip USA citizenship from critics of Israel, and this is right after he was seen praying at the Wailing Wall. What do you think will come of this?
Well, clearly, the Israelis are fighting a desperate rearguard action. They have an incredible sort of huge number of censors going over chat rooms looking for, what they call anti-Israel speech. And they're trying very hard to censor things, but it's just not working. People quickly learn to use different words. So, for example, they won't write Jew or Israel, they'll say the alien grays, or instead of saying Germany, they'll say Grimania or something. It's so overwhelming now, the public anger at the elite, that it's beyond any form of censorship. So no matter what Israel tries, they're going to lose this one. The whole world's against them now, including most Jews. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In regards to the USA forcing China to sell most of its shares in TikTok, what do you think is the real motive behind this?
This is definitely something to do with Larry Ellison of Oracle, who apparently has just passed Elon Musk as the richest man in the world. But some sort of deal was reached with China on that issue. And what I've heard is that the TikTok in the United States will be on U.S. servers and will be subject to NSA scrutiny to make sure it's not used for nefarious Chinese purposes or whatever those may or may not be. But some sort of deal is definitely being worked out, and I think that Ellison and Elon Musk and a group of oligarchs close to Trump are going against another group of oligarchs who were behind the whole Clinton-Obama business. And I think this group is also trying to make a deal with China, because basically speaking, the United States now runs on Chinese money. The U.S. government was shut down tomorrow without Chinese money. That's a fact. And it's an unpleasant fact. That's why I keep saying they have to declare bankruptcy. But since they don't, every September they got to suck up to China. And this is apparently what's going on, but I don't know all the details. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the takedown of the current government in Nepal and installation of a new government a white hat operation or just simply an angry population?
I think it's a combination, but it's important to note that this was triggered by a Nepali government order that, social media like WhatsApp and Meta and stuff submit to Nepali censorship, and instead these companies started a huge campaign which incited people in their 20s, mostly, a very young generation who's completely dependent on screens and AI for their information, were manipulated. And now it looks like the military stepped in and they're restoring order. But the other thing I've been seeing is that because India has now been pushed into China's arms by aggressive U.S. policy, like these 50% tariffs, they're going to try to use Nepal as a kind of a destabilizing force in the region, and that's what it looks like. So I would have to say, overall, it was a black hat campaign, but the military stepped in and put the kibosh on it. That's my understanding, but I admit right now I'm no Nepal expert. But I did look into this, and that was my conclusion. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the AfD party in Germany?
I think that they represent very legitimate and real grievances of the German people, and they try to make it taboo to talk about immigrants and say it's all racist. But no, when you have a group that is, at least in the case of France, 3.7% of the population causing 50% of the crimes, that's not racism to point this out. This is something where you're saying, hey, this is a foreign invasion, and I hope they succeed. I really do. I think Germany has suffered enough, and World War II is long over, and I think Germany should rise again and be strong, and I fully support them. And I don't think they're racist. They're pointing out that the huge influx of immigrants has caused is bankrupting the welfare system. It's leading to a crime wave, and most of these people aren't doing, productive work. So I think, all Western countries should remove military-aged, foreign-born men who aren't working and seem to have an income coming from some source that they can't identify, i.e. the Soros Foundation type of people. They should all be removed. I do think so. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. A little bit of a Las Vegas background for you at the Bellagio, right? Just had a very nice dinner at Le Cirque. Highly recommend it. French food is outstanding. All right, so President Trump in UK, showing that he's the boss and walking in front of the king, showing who the real king is. And Melania hanging out with Kate Middleton, who seems to be a lot taller than her normal height. So has she been replaced? So lots of questions. The helo that they were on in the UK almost crashed, right? Had to set down very quickly. We know the deep state is in operation in all things. So our president and first lady, unfortunately, almost crashed, right, in the UK. So not good. That's things that are going on. So very, very sketchy all around the world. New York, BLM is now protesting in the streets. How long before it spreads? This weekend could see a lot of interesting action that's coming. So we're going to be looking at that. But first of all, let's look at the king and the play king. All right. So we think that Prince Charles has been replaced. Let's look at President Trump, the real king, walking in front of the play king. So we see the King's Guard saluting Donald Trump, right? The king. This is some of the things that we're seeing, guys. We've been talking about this for many years, that President Trump is really running the show around the world. Everyone else basically is, bowing to him. All right. So not a good sign, though, all around. So we know that Kate Middleton, we know the Queen passed. So let's look at Kate Middleton and Melania. They step out for a monumental first outing together. So as you see here, Melania Trump, 5'11", and Kate Middleton, 5'9". Do you see a problem here? All right. So here's another picture. Of course, Melania with no heels, and these boots have massive inserts in them so that she appears taller. Is that some kind of play that's going on there, or is Kate Middleton replaced? Because we know that Kate Middleton, very sketchy stuff that was happening. We saw some very strange things that were happening. Kate Middleton. And then they kept having a Kate Middleton type looking person that kept coming out. And it seemed like a lot of CGI that was going on with that. So is that the real Kate Middleton? I don't think so. Right. So, we're going to see more of this as we move forward. And again, we saw, President Trump and Melania in the UK, doing the tour. Do the people of the UK like Donald Trump and Kate and Melania? I believe they do. I believe they like him a lot. And it seems like everybody all over the world like them. So let's look at, here we have the helo. Seems to have had some kind of helicopter, Marine One copter scare. Trump and Melania an emergency landing. So there seems to have been a hydraulic problem. All right. So these are the best helicopters in the world, yet one of them has a hydraulic problem. Very, very unlikely. So fortunately, the first family, walked away without any problems. Got on another helicopter, made their way to Air Force One, and then left the UK. All right, so how much more we're gonna see with the deep state trying to take out Trump? We're gonna see a lot more, I believe, unfortunately. So that's another one. We got to see. How many more of them have been thwarted that we haven't seen? Probably quite a few, guys. All right, so that's going to continue as it moves forward. And then, of course, we, like we talked about, BLM has started. They've started the demonstration. So I said that this was going to come. So here it is, BLM marching in the streets. So they're saying, F Charlie Kirk, spit on your grave. Right. So there's not a lot of people that are involved in this, but very, very likely we'll see the numbers grow. I'll never be a slave. Well, you're a slave to the Democrat Party and also to the New World Order. So, I mean, it's a play on words. These people are paid, as you guys can see. There's not a lot of them, but these numbers are going to grow. These numbers are going to grow substantially in the days and weeks and months ahead. We're going to see the fall is going to be very tough, right? We're going to see a lot of violence that's coming. I've said this. Now, I had somebody come in the chat talking about how the Anons, all right, Q and the Anons have a handle on all this. The military's in control. Not at all right? Well, to a certain extent. But, you know, the Anons are basically people that have come in, have infiltrated. Many of them are deep state, have infiltrated in and, you know, take the Q postings and they manipulate the information that's in there into a negative aspect. So I had somebody come in and basically fart in my chat and walk through and, you know, stink the place up. All right. So this guy came in and was like talking about how you don't have to worry. Nothing's going to happen. The QAnons are on top of this. There's not going to be any problems. So this is a bunch of bullshit. All right. So we see it right there. All right. It's the start of this, guys. All right. So you're going to see a lot of people trying, like, you know, just take your attention away. The Charlie Kirk, you know, assassination, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's the beginning. It's to start off this massive, you know, war against the deep state and people that want freedom. It's on. So the people that are basically enslaved, not only physically but also mentally, to the deep state are going to resist, and they're going to push back, and they're going to cause problems. And these problems are going to spread to pretty much every city in the United States until they're pushed back on. We've seen some of this already. I guess there was in Pennsylvania, there was several police officers that were fired upon. I think 2 of them are in critical condition. I think 1 passed away. I haven't seen the full extent of that attack yet, but it's you know, increasing. Charlie Kirk assassination. They tried to, you know, firebomb a van, a Fox News van. It didn't happen, and they raided the house where the guys that had set the firebomb on the van that didn't go off and found lots of explosives. That's just one, guys. That's just one house full of explosives, ammunition, guns, and drugs and all kind of crazy stuff. So it's on. So it's gonna continue to get worse until we basically take all these people down. So very, very exciting times. And of course, we have the Congress that's going to continue to push on this. Of course, we have 250 U.S. Congress personnel that are in Israel. And we know that Israel, there's some problems in Israel as far as, like, you know, Charlie Kirk and, you know, trying to control our country. 250, all expenses paid. Imagine that we brought in 250 Congress people from the UK, or Congress people from France or Germany or wherever. Not happening, right? But yet we just sent 250 of our congressmen and women that are supposed to be going back to their districts and finding out what their people want them to do. All right. We want you to push this bill. We want you to, help us in the farm community. We want you to, help our schools, so forth, build better roads. They don't care. They went to Israel, all expenses paid. And they got, lectured and talked to, and probably got their Israeli passports and who knows what. I say that all 250 of them, because you can't find out who they are. They're not releasing that. You can find out a few, because I looked it up. You can find out a few names, but all those names are being hidden. I think we need to know all those names, and all those names need to be replaced by somebody that actually represents the United States. Is that going to happen? Not anytime soon. Not at all. Probably, but it should be. All right, so here's Rashid Tlaib snaps, screams like a lunatic after saying Trump's admin is a fascist takeover. Charlie Kirk, the students on campus. Charlie Kirk went into the belly of the beast and tried to convince these knuckleheads that have been subverted consciously and mentally that they're on the wrong side of history. And they pushed back, and then he basically got a lot of them to think. They didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. So they pushed back on it. And we're seeing, this happening in Congress now, even more so. So this is going to continue, this pushback on a lot of our stuff.
But I think it's important, Mr. Chair, just like in DC, home rule was won out of Black freedom struggle in the fight for civil rights. We can't be passive right now. So nobody over there should take anything we say so personally, as if we're attacking them. No, we're attacking a process, not attacking people here. And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this fascist takeover. That's not a bad word. It's a fact. And here in DC and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames or paints Washington, D.C. in a way that you all haven't really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I don't yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is expired. But Mr. Chair, but you all live here, and you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our nation's capital. And no, it's just wrong how we're doing.
Chairman, I think it's insane that the gentlelady doesn't have an argument, but she's going to refer to me and some of my colleagues. We were from the Third Reich. This is insane.
You're going to look at 14, 15-year-olds as a bunch of criminals?
It's insane. Do I look like a member of the Third Reich to you, Ms. Tlaib? Is that what I look like to you?
You're the one taking your voting card.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and a lot of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line.
Regular order, Mr.
Way out of line.
Regular order.
That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it goes.
It's okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold myself accountable. Hold your own self accountable. How about that? Hold your own self accountable. How about that?
Free DC, and make sure you vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to somebody else.
All right, so we're seeing, the meltdown of a lot of these leftists. They're being pushed into a corner. They're losing numbers massively. They were losing numbers before Charlie Kirk, and now people are leaving the Democrat Party in droves more than they were before. And people that see that are going to leave even more, right? So it's a complete meltdown of the Democrat Party. I've been talking about this for years, right? The Democrat Party would go away. And we're seeing, the result of, basically they're being exposed. They don't have anything. They don't have any legs to stand on anymore. Right. Even though we see, like I pointed out, the Charlie Kirk demonstrations by BLM in New York, in Boston, of all places, we're seeing a vigil for Charlie Kirk.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk gathered in Boston for a vigil to remember his life. At an event for his American Comeback Tour at Utah Valley University, the suspect has since been arrested.
Now, very, very suspect. As you guys can see here, they're taking jackhammers to the concrete where Charlie Kirk had the event. So they're basically taking away the crime scene. It's very, very similar to what happened in New York, where they basically took all of the building and took it over to like a holding place, loaded it on the ships, and sent it to China to be melted down. So they just basically took away a crime scene. Same thing is happening here with the Charlie Kirk crime scene. They never cordon it off with yellow tape. You can see people coming in right after the assassination, taking a camera that was right behind Charlie Kirk. Somebody who knows who it was, maybe in Charlie Kirk's team, came in and just took that camera down. So they came in and basically destroyed the crime scene. All right. Now, my wife was asking this question, very, very good question, is where is the bullet? Where's the magic bullet? Right? And the caliber. It was supposedly a 30-06. A 30-06, of course, would have blown the whole side of his throat off, and there'd been a huge splash on the back wall. We didn't see that. Now, some people have said, it came from his right side. I think it was activated. Basically, the little explosive squib that had been inserted underneath his mask, neck mask, or maybe his full face mask, who knows? And that is what went off, and that was what was activated from the side. So we're, a lot of people are going to believe what they're going to believe. I don't have a problem with it. Bottom line is we need to see that this is and it was and is an attempt to start a civil war, which is not going to happen. Right? So we're going to continue to see them push and push and push, and eventually it's going to get violent, and then we're going to have to squash that violence, and it might end up being pretty substantial going forward. Right?
Facing several charges, and prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty. Thanks for staying up late with us, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. Kirk's assassination comes at a time where political violence is rising in the U.S. Jericho Tran joining us live from the State House. Jericho, good evening. What was the scene out there earlier tonight?
Well, it was definitely very somber as people said their prayers to remember the life of Charlie Kirk. You can see the memorial right here on the steps of the Massachusetts State House. Now, that vigil, it stretched from right here at the Massachusetts State House.
Now, of course, Massachusetts, Boston, the Boston Tea Party. All right. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff start to unfold. And I think we're moving into a turning point, like Charlie Kirk was all about. Turning Point USA. Here we are. We're basically going full circle, and we're coming back to our origins. And as we move forward, I believe that the deep state is going to be completely removed from our lives.
To across the street, police had this section closed off, and then they also barricaded off a small section of the Boston Common. I can tell you inside it was definitely peaceful, but you could still feel the tension pressing up against these barricades. Despite the noise and the chaos,
Who's that? How do you know?
attendees kept the peace here on the steps of the Massachusetts State House as they honored the life of right-wing political.
So as you can see here, we have the leftist paid agitators, the crazies, and they had to put up barricades. We had, people coming in and trying to disrupt this. A peaceful vigil, for Charlie Kirk. would you go to someone's funeral and, talk smack like that? These people are just basically destroying their narrative hugely. And the more they do that, the more people are going to start to flee from the Democrat Party.
Activist Charlie Kirk.
You know what? That's not going to stop us from praying and having hope for the future.
All right. So the more we go forward with this type of stupidity that's coming from the left, the more people are going to turn away from it. Now, at some point, it's going to get violent, like we've talked about, because they're going to see that they're not having the effect that they want. Charlie Kirk assassination, whether it was attempt or whether it was, like I believe it was basically taken over, or like other people believe it was real, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is this is an attempt to basically destroy America. From whatever angle you look at it, this is what's being revealed. So you have to start to look at the bigger picture of this and know that we have to join together to stop this. All right, we're faced with very radical types that want to cause violence. We can do what we can to expose that, and hopefully nip that in the bud before it starts to blossom, like that protest we just saw in New York. We need some good cowboys out there to do some shit kicking, right? Some ass kicking. Stop that shit, because that's what cowboys did in Texas. BLM showed up in very nice buses and unloaded, and the cowboys showed up, and basically the BLM crawled back up onto the buses and they drove away, and no more problems, right? But in New York, that's not going to happen. In Chicago, that's not going to happen. In LA, that's not happening now. Now, fortunately, in the District of Columbia, it is happening. But if it was up to some of these Congress people, like we just saw, it would be turned around and it would be stopped so that the criminals could start to become more active again, right? Very, very frustrating, but it is a process of, exposing this and keeping this process, exposed, because if we don't expose it, then it starts to gather steam, like we saw with the George Floyd rioting. I said within hours after seeing George Floyd that it was fake, that it was false, it was a false flag. I got a lot of pushback on it. Of course, that went on to become a very big problem for America. So will this Charlie Kirk incident become a big problem for America? If we don't expose it for what it is, for a false flag, it will, all right? So we need to start to really look at this thing and start to look at the other events that are coming, because we don't expose them and shut them down and call them out for what they are, then they are able to gather steam. So all of these people that are saying counter to what I'm saying, it is what it is. Now, Charlie Kirk had Navy SEALs, former Navy SEALs as his security. I can tell you that Navy SEALs probably had a very good secure situation going on there, and that's what I'm seeing. So a lot of people are talking about how there was signaling going on. They think that's a negative. That I believe was a very, very big positive. They had control of that situation, and that situation turned out, for some people that looked at it as a negative, and then for some people that look at it as what's going to be a positive, right? So for however you look at it, I still see people, confused about it. I've tried to give you guys as much information as I can on this channel. You can go to my YouTube channel or my Rumble channel. I have a couple videos over there where I go into detail about it. They've got massive views. If one of those videos, which was going ultra viral here on YouTube, have been able to stay here, probably have 1 million views by now, right, or even more. But we know that there are elements that want to control consciousness, and they're not going to let us talk about certain things. I was very surprised. I thought that YouTube had basically opened up, but it still seems there's some manipulation that's going on. But it is what it is. We'll work both sides. YouTube wants to see both sides get equal action. So Charlie Kirk, assassination. Charlie Kirk, somebody else, maybe not. So you have to look at it from both sides. You be the judge. You use your critical thinking. Now, you don't have the background that I do and other people do. So I know that's a problem for a lot of you. You don't have that background. So you depend on, people like myself and other veterans. I've had veterans that have come into the chat and have revealed very good information, that they were hunters, that they've used 30-06 in their hunting. All their family were hunters. This veteran basically has shot multiple weapons from around the world, American, of course, French weapons, English weapons, German weapons. And he's like, this does not compute, all right? What happened on that stage, all right? Does not compute. And so there's a lot of good conversation from people that's going on out there. Just pay attention. Don't just take my word for it. Look around, do your own research, find your own information. Which shows, Michael, the ones in my Rumble channel, right? So go over to my Rumble channel. Let me pull it up and I'll show you guys. All right. So the Rumble channel is, once I was kicked off for a long term in YouTube, that's where I was doing most of my shows. Now, I didn't think that I was going to be, permanently deleted from YouTube. They would take down a channel. I just make another one. I just thought that would just keep going on. But eventually I got to the point where I could no longer even do channels on YouTube. So this has been a blessing. Hopefully it continues. But if you really want to see some of my work over the last several years that I've been off YouTube, go over to Michael J 5326. Now 5326 is the number that we use in the U.S. Navy to designate a Navy SEAL. So 5326 is the SEAL designator. All right, so here is, I'll share the screen and show you guys basically the Rumble channel. So this is what it looks like, right? So let's go to the front of it. So Michael J 5326. And if you scroll through here, here's, let me see, where's the one that I'm talking about? Charlie Kirk assassination, was a captured and staged event. So as you guys can see, it's got 104,000 views. And then further down here, here's the one, was the Charlie Kirk shooting a false flag? That's the one that was on YouTube that got taken down. It's got 122,000 views. So those are big numbers on my Rumble channel. Rumble is suppressed in a lot of countries. It's suppressed here in the United States, especially my channel. It's a Canadian platform. So, my numbers have been pretty much the same for, I think, a couple of years. Around 100, there were like 119, I think, 2 years ago, and today they're 121. So it is, Rumble is heavily suppressed as well. But at least we get some videos on there. I think that's because of you. Yes, cool. 5326 Navy SEAL. Janet, thank you. Yep. So Navy SEALs were part of his protective detail. We don't fail, right? So, a lot of people have said they couldn't cover, the building tops and all that kind of stuff. Bullshit, guys, right? You don't do an event unless you have complete protection. I wouldn't come in and say, we'll do an event here, but We can't see on top of those buildings, but we can't cover everything. Really? Come on, right? So, another thing, there's so many things about this that shows you that it's something different, right? Now you're hearing from other people that, they believe that he's absolutely gone. I don't know. Maybe he really is. And they had somebody, come in and do an acting job. Who knows, right? So there's many different levels to this. When I, as an intuitive, look, he's still alive, right? And I've been fairly good at that. Now, I know a lot of intuitives are out there saying that, he's gone, a lot of them. But a lot of those intuitives and some of the newer ones, they weren't, back in 2016, but I said that President Trump was going to be president when a lot of those people said, no way, right? So I feel like I'm pretty tied into some of these people and what's going on, guys. Again, you don't have to believe. You can believe whatever you want. Your mind is free. We all have, our own individual ideas and connections and backgrounds and so forth. Believe what you want. It's okay. You don't have to believe what I believe. You don't have to believe what somebody else says. Maybe you're just kind of like in limbo until you get more information. That's cool too, right? In fact, that's really good. Yeah, Valhalla is a witness protection place. So, and then Kash Patel said, good luck in Valhalla, right? So many things. If you have eyes to see, all right, you see some of this stuff. But some people, even though they've said in the past that Valhalla was a witness protection program, seem to think that that's no longer a thing. So it is, some people are part of programs where they deliver information, a narrative that is being pushed by, certain groups. They're part of those groups. They don't have the free will that I do. So fortunately, I have free will. All right. I think for myself, and there's other good people out there to do the same. So I think for my background and for my intuitive ability and for my remote viewing, that boy's still good. All right. And he and his wife and family are good to go. All right. So, think of it what you will. It is okay. Now, the other things that we really need to be concerned about, and this is kind of like a warning order. So a warning order is basically for you to get plans to be ready for activities that you may have to be involved in. All right. And that's what we would get before we went off on a mission. So we get a warning order and we're like, okay, you need this gear, you need this gear, you need this gear. We're going here. All right. And so we go get our gear ready, put it in the bags, bring it out to the pallets, put it on the pallets. And then we get another brief. And then we'd load the pallets on the planes. We'd get on the planes and then we fly somewhere and kick some ass. Right. So that's what a lot of that's going on right now. A lot of that's going on right now. So I just went through, I'll give you an idea, right? I just went through Albuquerque, New Mexico, and, kind of traveling back and forth across country right now. So when I came in Albuquerque, I basically got online and reserved a room. I'm not going to say where. And it was like almost completely booked. And I was like, that's weird. Albuquerque has turned into a shithole. What is going on? Why are so many people going to Albuquerque now, all of a sudden, in the middle of the week? So I get into the hotel and it's got pretty good security. Like most hotels don't have security, right? If you're like a casino and stuff like that, a big building, you're going to have, I used to work a couple of different casinos as security manager. So you got security, But most hotels that you've been to and I've been to don't have security. This hotel in Albuquerque has security. Now, there is a lot of homeless and drug addicts all over the streets in Albuquerque, all over Albuquerque. It's a mess. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. They're everywhere. And I've been through Albuquerque over the years, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. There's churches, or basically most of the churches are boarded up. Many buildings are boarded up. Homes are boarded up. You just drive through certain areas, and lots of homes are boarded up, abandoned, I guess. So and they're boarded up so that the homeless won't go inside of them, of course. So it's like that in Albuquerque. So I'm like, what the heck? Why is this hotel almost sold out? So I get in there, and I'm like hanging out, and I start to see some anomalies in some of the people. Now, the security in this hotel is like off the charts. They got American flag that's flying in front of it. And then I start to see people like when I was a contractor, all right, the clothes I wore, the way I carried myself, the luggage that I had. There's a lot of security contractors that are rolling through that hotel. Right? I was like, how about that? So Albuquerque, now we know that I've talked about this. The governor of Albuquerque has acknowledged that she has a considerable problem with people that are, the addiction problem and so forth. And it's off the charts. It's off the charts in Albuquerque. It's very sad. Very beautiful city that is unbelievably still has a little bit of charm to it, right? But it ain't going to last much longer. All right, it's almost a third world country. It's very close. So why am I bringing up the security contractor thing? Because I believe they're setting the stage for the military to come in. All right, because the governor has said that she would be open to help from President Trump. So this is only one Democrat. Now, I can see where she's coming from because New Mexico's on the verge of collapsing. I've seen it going downhill over the years. They've had just Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. The whole state, the road system, just everything. Everything's going to hell in New Mexico, which is sad. It's absolutely incredibly beautiful state. And fabulous people there, right? And the homeless, so sad, and just drug addiction off the charts. People can't. I don't know how people live there. They have to have like walled homes, right? It's like in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan and Iraq, all the homes are walled, guys, and they're gated. All of the homes, all of them. And then what have we done here over the last 4 years? We brought all those people into America by the millions. And we don't have walled homes. Some people do, but not most, right? So we're in a very bad situation all over the country. It's going to get real shitty, right? Before it gets better. And when it gets shitty, then people are going to be like me. I'm not going to say I told you so, because I've been saying it for years now. I'm going to be like, okay, this is what you do. 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 That's the way I'm going to be rolling. All right. As shit hits the fan, I'm coming out and I'm going to be like, do this, do this, do this. Right. As long as I can. All right. Yeah, Jojo, I agree. I'm sick of it too, but get ready to get busy, right? And we're past the time of informing people. It's about time to get down and dirty. All right. Just like Charlie Kirk's wife, when she went into the coffin on those fake hands and she had the G-O ring, it's go time, baby. All right. It's go time. So we have to get ready. Get ready, because it's go time. All right. So staying up late, wife's in the bed sleeping, kind of, I guess. I had to get in here and share. It's a shit show out there. We have to be ready for this stuff. Stay in the love vibration, because that's what's going to carry you through. All right. We're going into the demon rats have really infiltrated big, guys, and they've come into our cities, and they've turned it into cesspools. And there's going to be a lot of people that are like I had the idiot in the chat that came in and said, "Don't worry, we got control of this." You're going to find out. You're going to find out. All right. So don't F around and find out the hard way, guys. All right. Be ready. Be ready to move. Be ready to roll. Work together. And we snuff a lot of this stuff out very quickly. But if you are like a deer in the headlights, you're going to get hit by a Mack truck, and you're going to get exploded all over the road. All right. Don't be like that. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, we've talked about over the last 5 years how we're probably going to see these major attacks start to happen. And we said 14 major cities. Some people said 14 major cities. I said 17, maybe even 19 major cities are going to be like the last bastions of, these people that are evil, that will go into these cities and that will resist till the end. Now, I think there could be hundreds of cities initially that will have, mass attacks, right? And it will be up to the citizens of everywhere to help and support each other. And we'll probably clean up these cities pretty quickly. Of course, there's going to be casualties, there'll be problems. Now, as you guys know, having been a Navy SEAL and then having been in the CIA for, 35 years of my life, I've seen a lot of this already throughout the world. And I've said it's coming to America. And it is absolutely coming to America. In fact, with the recent assassination, and we'll just call it that, because everybody's playing it off that way. So we'll just let it roll that way, especially on this channel. But after that event, there were gatherings and so forth. There was a Fox News van, and this is not getting a lot of press. I did a show yesterday, and we were talking about how these crazy people that come from colleges and all over America right now, they have an idea that they have a vision of America that most of us don't agree with, and they're going to try and push us in that direction. So Leo Zagami talked about how there was a Fox News van that had an incendiary device that was placed under it. And fortunately, that incendiary device did not go off for whatever reason, right? Whether I would assume that the two Pakistanis that are here illegally that put that there didn't get a very good training, right? So that when that Fox News van came into where a lot of people are mourning and having a vigil for Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, and that Fox News van had pulled up and that incendiary device had gone off. How about that? Right? So, but it didn't. So they went to where this house was, where these two gentlemen had set up this device. And I'll show you what it looks like. They were actually flying American flag upside down. It's pretty much an indicator that these guys were probably didn't like America. Now, how did they come to America? How did these two illegals come to America? So they went to this place. Bomb squad went there. They converged on the home in Magna, Utah. FBI agents, local bomb squads. They found additional explosives along with firearms, illegal narcotics, and other paraphernalia were found in the home. So they had a lot. Even in this report, they're not saying that there was actually quite a lot of explosives there. Quite a lot. All right. So we're probably going to see, like I've been saying for 5 years, and people said, "Oh, Mike, there's going to be a civil war," and I'm like, "No, it's not going to be a civil war, because the people that are going to do the violence are a small fraction of our country." Now we're just finding out there's going to be even less, because a lot of people are waking up after Charlie Kirk, right? So this was, I think, unintended. I think the Charlie Kirk incident was to cause us to fracture and to go into this civil war type situation. Now, we are going to go into some type of semblance of one, but it won't be an overall civil war that will last, for months or years or whatever. Now, I've said that we were probably going into Christmas. I saw Christmas is probably not going to be very happy. And I've said this for almost a year now. In fact, I said it, I did my year's viewing. I said it even before this year started, that I saw the next Christmas that was coming. It was going to be, I see a lot of people not very happy because there's trauma that's going on in America. So it appears that we're moving very quickly into that environment. Now, you look at that incendiary device. Was that part of the assassination? They were going to do the assassination, and then they were going to have the incendiary device and maybe other explosives and other incendiary devices that could pop up at any time, guys. Anytime. So, they're going to have that big event, I guess, in Arizona at a stadium, celebration of life for Charlie Kirk. That's where he's from, Arizona. And President Trump's going to speak there. Vice President Vance. I don't know why they got two of them together at an event that could have some activity. Maybe that will be rethought. Or maybe one will show up and then one will show up later. But it has a potential, high potential for a very explosive, becoming a very explosive event, right? So yeah, we have to be very, very watchful going forward. And I think that you need to have the ability to hunker down in your home, be good with your neighbors. All right. If you're not good with your neighbors, you could be after things start to get crazy. So ideally, you're good with your neighbors now, right? Your neighbors. Like in my neighborhood, incredible people. I know I can rely on them. on many different levels. And that I think my whole town is like that. So it is. I'm in a very good town. It's so just be aware of your surroundings. Have a escape and evasion plan. All right. If things get really hot, you know, how are you gonna leave? You got a go bag. A go bag is basically you have supplies or whatever in a bag, small bag or whatever, that you can throw over your shoulder and just take off. Backpack, whatever, right? And it's got, you know, food for, you know, maybe it'll last you. Good one is like beef jerky, you know, and then have water, probably, depending on where you live, you have a water filtration system. You can get those small ones. They're tubular. And they're priced all kind of different ways. So maybe some simple medical supplies, some pow, you know, you need to have pow-pows, right? If you don't have pow-pows, you should get something, right? And you should know how to use it. Don't get a pow-pow and you know how to use it. You'll probably, you know, people that know how to use pow-pows usually get those pow-pows used against them, right? Somebody takes away from them and uses it against them. So, yes, and ammo, of course, Lenny. Yes, extra ammo, right? Because you never know. You might go into a situation where you have to pow-pow a lot, right? For me, pow-powing a lot is like, I get lots of targets. Oh, yay. So, but I hope not. Obviously, I pray that doesn't happen. I feel like I'm in a good place, but you can never anticipate. But I really do think, and we've already started to see it, where criminal gangs, you know, these different groups that are coming across the border they've already been caught bringing across lots of munitions, lots of fireworks, all right, explosives and all kind of crazy stuff. They've already been caught doing that on a fairly significant level. And don't think that they haven't already supplied a lot of areas with a lot of this stuff. So we know we've had a lot of illegal aliens have come in. That was part of the last 4 years. You know, we tried to bring attention to that. We tried to stop that to no avail because we had the deep state that was really working a lot of the stuff. So they're in place. Their position supplied. They have their marching orders, what they're going to do, how they're going to act, where they're going to go. And I would say that they probably attack police stations. And then once they have control of those, or if they've taken those down, they'll start to move within the city or the residential areas, and they'll go house to house, right? So they've already done that in certain areas. I saw a video in LA where gangs were going into millionaire homes, right? So it doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor. These gangs are going to cause a lot of problems, right? Some of them are very, very well trained. So think about me, Navy SEAL with all my background. Some of these groups are probably trained up to maybe even beyond my level guys, right? So and they work together, and they will devastate areas. They will devastate areas, and there will be people that will not want to come and get them, so they will be able to move freely and continue their activities. All right, so it's on, and you know, we saw in a casket scene where Charlie Kirk's wife came in. She was mourning, and her hands were on those hands, whatever they were, right? And she had those rings, and they had G and O, go. It's go time, right? It's go time, guys. So shit is about to hit the fan, I believe. All right. So, I mean, we've talked about it. You should be ready at this point. We've talked about this for years. It's not anything new. It happens. It happens. But I think we're reaching that point, right? Now, I think there was some activities that maybe foiled what happened. A lot of people don't agree. They think that, people are trying to make this work. I've even seen psychics that have come in and said this, and that. I'm like, your psychic strength not so good, all right? So I see a lot of stuff going on out there. People trying to make this fit. Even some of these people that are claimed to be psychics. I don't know, but there's an idea that I have that because that didn't go down the way it was intended, right? Maybe it got hijacked, and there's consequences for that, or they plan a consequence for that. And one of those was going to be that incinerator device, and then more of that. But because the incinerator device didn't go off, evidently they were able to track that. Now, one of the reasons why they haven't actually talked about it or put it that much in the news is because there's probably, and I said this right from the beginning, whoever's involved in this, it's not one dude, not one patsy, and here's his furry friend, right? His friend is like not trans, is furry. They believe they're animal. All right, whatever. All right, so they're a furry. And so things are getting a little crazy there. There's a little cray-cray going on, of course. So there's a big, there's a big machine behind all this. And some people say, that from that one area within the Middle East where, there's been conflict, there's that group is fomenting some problems. Khazarian, the KZ guys, KM, Khazarian Mafia, right? So Khazarian Mafia people have infiltrated. They're very powerful, very strong. Charlie Kirk said he was concerned. Some people have said President Trump is concerned. I don't know about that, but we'll see. I think he's not concerned. That's my thoughts. I think he plays along. And why would you play along? So that you can get more of them. So you can trap more of them. So one of the reasons why I think maybe they didn't let on that they had, maybe stopped out that incinerator device. Maybe it got stopped out because they were tracking those guys. I would like that, right? I would say, bravo, good job. But maybe it was just the thing just didn't go off. But how do they track it back to who put it on there? And then they raided the house. And they were ready to raid that house, I guess, pretty quickly after that incinerator device didn't go off. Now, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan and so forth, basically what they would do is they would have an event, let's say a shooting, where people got shot up, and then you'd have ambulances come, right? So no ambulances came to the shooting event, right? That's very interesting. So ambulances would come, and all these people coming out, they get treating people, and then there'd be car bombs that would go boom and just take out so many people, and families that had come to check on their loved ones, children, and so forth. And then another group would come in, not thinking that if they had car bombs for that group, maybe they got more car bombs. Yeah. So more people would come in, and there would be more car bombs. All right. So they'd have wave after wave of car bombs, wave after wave of people would be killed. So think about that. All right. Now, you guys are in the police force. I know a lot of you guys watch me. Thank you. Thank you for service. You're going to be, I think, very valuable going forward. So we see these attacks in cities, and will police forces go en masse to that incident? and leave everybody else hanging. Hello, guys. We have to learn to not put everybody on one incident. We have to start to think bigger picture. All right. So these guys will operate like that. They will cause an incident, and then they will, their gangs or whatever may go in and pilfer, maybe even go house to house like I'm talking about. Maybe even start killing people going to house. So you guys have to be really heads up about all of the different things that are coming, that are possible, right? So definitely be heads up to the potential of multiple attacks in multiple cities. So let's say you're in a city and your neighboring city, small city, is being attacked. So you send all your police force to go help. Don't do that. All right. Maybe send 1 or 2 cars or whatever, but you want to start to think bigger picture that they're attacking that town. We need to be heads up. And also you need to be heads up with communicating with everybody, keeping track of people, especially people that aren't in a position to, protect themselves. Right. And some of you are like, well, if they're attacking, I'm not leaving my house. Well, let's say they're attacking and your child is at school. What are you going to do? All right. So bigger picture, guys. All right. So so you have an attack on one side of the town and the school on the other side of town is left hanging. All right. And they attack that school. So you got to be thinking bigger picture here. So I'm giving you some ideas. I'm giving you some food for thought. You need to really think outside the box going forward. And when something happens that is something you've never thought about, never anticipated, don't freeze up. Just keep moving. Think. Respond and help as much as you can. Right. So that's what we're going to have going forward. Lots of this. I think we're going to see it on a massive scale throughout America. It's not going to happen in just one city. We may see it in one city. We've already seen it in one city. We've already seen it in a couple of cities. We've seen it in LA already. In Washington, D.C., they pretty much squashed that pretty much. But LA is still an ongoing thing. It hasn't stopped, right? It hasn't stopped. Chicago, still ongoing. Chicago was so resistant to President Trump coming in and helping that they put up all kinds of barriers and stuff. So President Trump hasn't sent anybody in yet. Who knows? Maybe he won't. Maybe Chicago will be one of those cities that is, which I believe it will be one of those cities that's completely ruined, right? So get out of the big cities, right? Or stay, it's up to you. Raphael.
Hey, brother. Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Thanks. Where are you at?
So we're in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, good to see you. Hey, that was a good word. And you guys, I'm like listening to you going, nobody anywhere is talking about that very thing. Like, appreciate you saying that, because like just to stop and think about what if scenarios. And that's so important, because I think the law enforcement they're designed for our society. They're not designed for invaders and attackers in a multiple fronts. And I had a woman that I knew for years, and she was at the information booth at Ontario International Airport. I don't know if you're familiar with how that airport's laid out. So they have like 3 large terminals, and they're probably a quarter mile at least from one another. And she said that she was shocked when this happened. She said this wheelchair came in, and this little granny was sitting in the wheelchair, and all the alarms went off from her wheelchair. I guess she had some tech, some stuff for her heart and oxygen tanks and all this stuff. So all this triggered everything. So the alarm went out through the entire complex, every single airport terminal, and all the law enforcement from every terminal, from outside, all came into this one terminal. And even as a grandmother, she was a volunteer for the information booth, and she was going, "You guys," like it was wide open, like you just said, across town. The other terminals were left completely unprotected, and she was just amazed. And she said, if it was a bomb, they're all going to get blown up anyway. So it's like there wasn't. I mean, in our the way things we've seen this law enforcement strong support has been great for our civil society. But it works for that, but it's going to be like really a failure in the future, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even Elon Musk, and you had that in the show notes, violence is coming. Violence is coming. Defend or die.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
It's so Elon Musk, remember, was kind of like, offline for quite a while. He and Trump had a falling out. He says, "Oh, I'm going to go create another, a new. It's not going to be Republican. It's not going to be Democrat. It's going to be a new political party, right?"
Right.
I'm like, is that the one? So we're going to do away with all these political parties. We've talked about this. This political party is completely collapsed. So we're going to have that one that takes us back to the Republicans. A Democrat society that we've slipped into. If you look back in time, if you go back to Greece, if you go back to Rome, they went from a republic to a democracy, and that's where they fell. So we're at the point of falling.
Yep.
And we need to go back to a republic status.
Yeah.
So to do that, we need to do away with this this corrupt political class and system that we have, and just create something new. But anyway, so here we have Elon Musk has kind of been on the sidelines for a while. And so once this happened, he's out big again. He's out big. So this is interesting.
So this assassination thing this week, I'm not in the cutting edge of what you're talking about, but just that, one of the things I thought was this indeed, no matter whether it was staged or not, this indeed is a turning point. Absolutely.
Sure.
And like for us who are God's kids, we're like, no, there's just no going back. We're just not going back into this democratic thing. And even Arnold Schwarzenegger, just the other day, came out and said, look, the democracy's at risk. And I had to laugh because I'm like, this deep state potato is like democracy. Yeah, right. So democracy is really like a soft communism, Marxism. We've really lived under the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto in a socialistic way for 50 years, Michael? Yeah. So like he was like,
that's really the push, socialism, which is even worse than democracy, obviously, like the lowest form of leader. There's nothing left. The only thing that's ultimately worse is a dictatorship, and most socialist countries are dictatorships anyway. So you're pretty much at the bottom of the pole as far as politics and so forth. There is no we the people anymore.
Right. Well, the politicians that America has had are like that. They're like arrogant, dictatorial, authoritarians, but they sort of hide under that curtain, the Wizard of Oz curtain between them and the Dorothys like us in the world. They hide behind the curtain, and that curtain is the guise of the Constitution, which relatively almost doesn't even exist at all, period, anymore. As you've witnessed in like Tina Peters and Granny's cases, those are just kangaroo court process. So
So will the real Israel stand up? That's a good one. So we know that there was or we've heard. I'm not going to say we know, but there's talk that Charlie Kirk was offered $150 million to basically go along with the whatever Israel wanted, Netanyahu, whatever they wanted to promote, because they're not getting what they want through other social media platforms, and they know that social media is really the only thing that people listen to anymore. Most people don't listen to the news. They're away from the news.
Totally. Yeah. His following was probably bigger than all the mainstream social medias. Yeah.
So I looked at the numbers for like CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, and like our show that we're doing right now, the numbers that'll probably watch this show and that watch me on other shows through the week. If I had every hour doing shows, I would blow all of those away combined.
Awesome.
So that's a power of social media.
It is. It's so awesome. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's very, very powerful. So I'm only doing a few shows a day at the most. Normally 2 shows, but sometimes I do 3 or 4. But there's nothing that compares to the information that's coming out, and we're helping a lot of people. There's so many people that are so I hear from people all the time when I go to events or in online chat. They're very appreciative, the information, that I and Scott McKay and, Nino are putting out, the 3 amigos. It really makes a difference. It helps a lot of people. It helps keep them calm. Some people are saying if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what would have done. I would have gone crazy. Who knows? Some people said it, we saved their lives because we gave them, the direction, what to do during the scam. So, it is very interesting to see that they're trying to influence people like that with money. And that's not anything new. You look at pretty much all the politicians. I think there's like 150 Congress people that are over in Israel right now while we're talking, doing tours and getting, probably nice dinners and probably staying in fancy places and getting the red carpet treatment. It's what a travesty.
It is.
All 150 of them should not be allowed to come back.
Right. Yeah. Good word. I think this whole thing, listening to you talk about that with Kirk, personally, I probably would have taken the money, but I'm weak as far as that goes. But no, that's really huge that he, that the whore of Babylon, the idea that she's been like bribing and whoring with money since the Federal Reserve started. It's coming to an end, but this relationship with money in Israel, and I see it even in the prophets where the little country over there is just taking everything, milking the beast dry, like vast amounts of money, weapons, and stuff like that. And it was under this sort of cover that this is just Israel, and there is no other Israel. And I think that the lid is blowing off the reality that America actually is Israel. And so I was just feeding off of an X post where this post said, is America Israel? And I believe that it is. And I'm not saying that Middle East Israel isn't some of Israel, but in the sons of Jacob, Judah, i.e. Judaism, was only one of the brothers out of the 12. And the adopted ones of Ephraim and Manasseh, Joseph's sons, became Jacob's firstborn. And the migratory movements now are available that they went west of the Jordan River during the captivity, and they kept going into the Caucasus. And there's even a pass through the Caucasus Range from south to north where they eventually got chased up into the north on their way to Western Europe. And so it's just a fascinating journey that this very thing is the thing that's been secreted so that this Middle East country could be called Israel, when actually the house of Jacob migrated to Western Europe and then eventually America. And so it's just incredible. Matter of fact, there's that pass. I think I'll show you the pass. Everybody might want to see it. So let me share.
Let me share real quick before you do that. So I said 150 is actually 250. Approximately 250 U.S. state legislators from all 50 states were invited to attend. 50 states, one Israel was the name of the conference organized by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs from September 14th to September 18th. So they're there for another day. I say they don't come back ever again. They need to be replaced, and this bullshit really needs to stop.
Yeah, yeah. If it's one Israel, then that would mean they would have to admit that America is like 9/10 Israel, and Israel over there is like 1/10, because of that's how the brothers were. And even in the scriptures, it talks about that there's no such thing as one of the brothers being sort of having a controlling interest of the land. And if anything, because Ephraim was the youngest son, and he ended up in several places like England and some of the northern Western European countries, that he is arguably the one who has all the land rights because he was the firstborn. And so basically Yah said, no, that's not how it works. You don't get to go back to the original land and say, it's all mine and nobody else's.
Yeah.
It's the exclusion of all my brothers. That's not how it works. So, and I believe that the Middle East, what we call Israel, is actually going to betray America in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Well, they had that red heifer that they sacrificed, and they said it was basically the test. They were testing it, and it wasn't really perfect. It had one little white hair on it. So
blemish. Okay.
It was imperfect. I don't think so. I think they've already performed that.
Yeah, and probably good luck trying to reproduce an unblemished red heifer. I'm not sure that's possible anymore. And I personally don't believe that. So I grew up in the teaching that there has to be a rebuilt third temple in Middle East Israel. And I totally disagree. There's nowhere in prophets or scripture that talks anything about needing a third temple, especially because his kids are now the temple. Like his people are the temple. And so what's this about needing?
Well, here we have Esther's daughter. She says, no building the third temple. So there you go. It's not going to happen. So good job. Thanks for standing up. Yeah, I don't see it happening either. I think there's so much of it that's just been turned upside down. And I believe America is actually Israel. Let me read this scripture to you again. I'll share it on my screen because I think it's pretty profound. I'll try to make it kind of make sense. This was in Zechariah. Now, Zechariah wrote his book after the captivity complete. And so he wasn't talking about, and I'll show you, he wasn't talking about ancient captivity. He says, I lift up my eyes. So this is Zechariah. And looked, and I saw a man with a measuring line in his hand. And I said, where are you going? And he said to me, to measure Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, the Yah's city of peace, to see what is its width and what is its length. And look, the messenger who was speaking to me was going out, and another messenger was coming in to meet him. So these messengers are probably 24-foot tall angels. So he said to him, run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem is to remain unwalled. And right away I giggle because Jerusalem still has its ancient wall around it. And he's talking about a Jerusalem that is to remain without ever having a wall. And then he describes why. Because of the myriads, that's what this word is, myriads of men and livestock in it. Well, there's no livestock, there's no cattle in Middle East Israel. America has, for a couple centuries now, had the largest cattle
in the largest cattle population on earth in America. So he's talking about America, but I can a little bit further. So for I myself am to her, declares Yah. I'm her protection, basically, and I'm in her midst. So he's basically saying he came to America for his people. And then he says, he's yelling now, and flee from the land of the north, declares Yah, for I have scattered you like the four winds of the heavens, declares Yah. So this is after the scattering. And he's talking about America, but right here, the north, talk about that in a sec. Now he changes and says Zion, that's another name for Jerusalem or Israel, escape, and this is the reality that it's America, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. So we were just talking about that a couple of weeks ago, weren't we?
Yeah.
So that right there, those each of those verses is triggering, saying, like, there's been no other time in history there's a daughter of Babylon. And America is that. And one of the qualities, if you could call it a quality of Babylon, I'm going to go ahead and come back to you, Michael. But one of the qualities of Babylon is that she is the policeman, the hammer, it's called, but the Hebrew word is she's the police officer of the world. Like, that is so America right there. So that's just one of the characteristics of this daughter of Babylon, that she is the police officer of everyone in the world, and she gets, like, she's in everybody's business all the time. And that's it. And so Israel, or everybody's business. Yeah, so we're Israel, and we're dwelling in the middle of the daughter of Babylon. So there's two things. It's not just America is Israel. It's America, or the people, God's kids in America are Israel, and they're still living in Babylon, the daughter of Babylon. So it's two things, and I think that might be the mystery.
Yeah, this mystery basically is that Israeli, the children of Abraham, his lineage, all of his seed, basically scattered all over the world.
Yeah.
So they're all over the world. There
Right.
is no one place that they were supposed to go back to. And so this craziness that they had to be set up, that didn't start until like I think the turn of the century, and that's the Rothschilds, and they were the ones that and the Rockefellers and all, they were the ones that basically got involved in that.
Yeah.
To actually, and I think at one time they were supposed to go to like Africa and started up there,
right?
And that didn't work out. And did you talk about this? Where they went?
Not the African thing, no.
Okay. So I must have watched another show, but I remember they were talking. There was like 4 or 5 different places they were supposed to go.
Yeah.
And then eventually they settled on Palestine. And it wasn't like they were going to go there because that's God's choice. That never was, like you're talking about.
Right.
They scattered.
Yeah.
And that's the way it was. So for them to come back and then start that and then push out everybody else, that's the deep state that did that.
That's right. That's right.
Britain and France and United States and probably a couple of other countries basically got behind that, Germany, and pushed that.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah.
Like I said, there were supposed to be 5 different places, and they were like, okay, we're going to go there, and it didn't work out because no one wanted them there. And then we'll take it there, and then they forced it into Palestine.
That was massive. They created a war over it and just went and slaughtered them to create the atmosphere. And I really think so. You can tell me what you think about this, but I think they did it for the future purpose of trying to run this future sort of anti-Messiah, sort of God King over mankind out of the ancient city of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The phony king. Yeah.
The Khazarian mafia, right out of the Middle East.
Right.
And
That's
what
it.
we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of people talk about the influence of different groups from the Middle East. All right. So we'll kind of talk around this a little bit. And how they've gone into Hollywood, how they've gone into the banking system, but they've done this over and over again throughout history.
Yes,
they've been thrown out, and everybody's like, "Oh, that they're so maligned," and it's not that spiritual religious group, the Jewish group. It is the Khazarian mafia.
Yeah,
that comes in and screws it up, and they hide under the banner of the Jewish group. And there's a lot of people that are there in Jerusalem now that they support certain factions of this going on because they've been raised in it, and they're part of that group, I guess, that wants this control over the whole world. They're God's chosen people.
Yeah.
The Bible hasn't said that.
Well, if I don't think they can make that claim.
You're not a biblical expert, but that I'm just asking that question for everybody. But maybe we need to really look at some of this stuff.
Well, at least if the scripture says that God chose Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, those guys, but that's not this one small group of people in the Middle East. Like you just pointed out, they got spread all over the planet. And primarily their drive was into Western Europe and then America. But still, Genesis says that Abraham was promised that he'd be the father of many great nations. And I'm like, okay, this little thing in the Middle East, it might be great, but it's not that great. And it's only one. So what happens to the promise if it's God's chosen kids? What happens to all the other ones? Is it just this one? It's not possible. It's all of Abraham's children scattered all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So you and I could make the same claim, and if we had enough money and television, we over time, like the narrative from Adolf Hitler's guy, Goebbels says, if you tell a big lie long enough, eventually people will believe it. And so even growing up in the Christian place, we were all taught that those were God's kids, when in reality, we're all God's kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is crumbling, and it's really a beautiful thing because what I'm seeing in the prophets, though, it says that before this trouble hits, like this great trouble that like you're talking about when I popped on, was that the trouble comes before we come to the recognition that this is who we really were. We won't wake up to that until these harder tests come upon us. And I hate it, but man, I'm very grateful that at least you're talking about it, and we have the ability to consider it and to prepare for it and to think about it. And I don't see anybody else talking about it, Michael, anywhere. So
yeah.
And there's a lot of people, I really care about, like Tucker and all those guys. They're not talking about it at all. So,
well, they kind of went down that road a little bit, but yeah, that group basically comes at them and, screws up their funding and all that kind of stuff. And that's, I think that's what was happening at Charlie Kirk when he kind of refused to sell out and be controlled.
Right.
That $150 million. Then the other donations that he was getting started to dry up.
Right. Okay.
And was that going to make him ineffective, or he couldn't do his operations anymore? I can tell you from my experience, when I have been kicked off and things have dried up, I just do something else. It's like you stay on the truth path. It's like you tell a lie enough times and people believe it. It's the same thing about the truth. You keep telling the truth enough times and people are going to be like, that's the truth. So we just keep doing that. We're truthers. They call us truthers. And I like that. I like that moniker. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So we keep, on the truth. We keep telling it. God protects us and God provides. Right. So I don't want And that's because I continue to do God's work and I share the truth. So I think that Charlie Kirk, as long as he was doing that, and he seemed to be doing an exceptional job.
Yeah.
I didn't really follow him, but occasionally I knew about him. I know about a lot of people out there. I don't have time for everybody, but since that moment, last week, where he seemed to be taken off stage, and taken off stage and crazy anomalies, about the shooting. I've gone over a bunch of those, so I'm not going to belabor those here, but people are going to believe what they want to believe. It is what it is. Psychics, I was talking earlier about psychics saying certain things about, how that transpired. And I'm like, your psychic stuff is not so good on this. So, and maybe it's good in other things, but a lot of psychics came out and said that Trump wouldn't win 2016. And I said, right when it came down the escalator, I said, he's going to win. And I stayed with that the whole time. And so some people get clouded, and some people try and get that analytical process moving too much into the what's going on. So I think there's going to be some good things that come out of this. So like you talked about, Turning Point. So that was his organization, Turning Point. And that's very interesting because we're at that turning point right now, I believe.
And last week when you like that just broke during our show last week, and you had just brought that on.
Yeah.
That since then, that Turning Point USA has had throngs of applications, I understand.
Yeah.
So and I think we talked about that for just a minute, that this isn't going to stop anything, because we're at this place. You're saying this over and over again, that we are not going back. We're at this place where the turning point is that the wheat and the tares are being separated. And like, nice script, they used silicone. But we're separated, and we're not ever mixing up again. We're not growing up with weeds in our yard, weeds in our meetings, that kind of thing. We're going to stay the true grain with the light and the truth.
Yeah. So I mean, I had Leo Zagami on yesterday, and we talked about these different groups, and he talked about how these groups are very easily influenced. And we're talking about some people within the Muslim community, the extremists, I guess, and then we have these people that are kind of being brainwashed within our school systems, right?
Yeah.
And just like he mentioned, there's similarity between what's going on now, and I brought it up too with some of the people that are involved in the shooting, the furry guy, and transgender. There were brown shirts during the German time frame, and they were them. They were useful idiots. They got Hitler into power, and then once he got into power, he vilified them. So a lot of the leadership within the brown shirts were homosexuals, and he basically executed them. And he got away with it because people are, they're homosexual. You execute. Okay. So I think that's one of the things that's going to happen, because we're seeing all these people, LGBTQ, that are, doing all these mass shootings.
Yeah.
See how this is working?
Yeah.
Similar. Useful idiots. So gets them into power, somebody into power. I don't know who that's going to be, but they're definitely trying to get them into power. Now, like I said at the beginning of the show, before you came in, I believe there's going to be mass problems throughout all of our cities, right? Yeah. And that's going to congeal down to a few cities eventually. But in the beginning, we're going to have because we've brought in millions, tens of millions maybe of illegal aliens. We're definitely not getting them out anytime soon. So within those are hidden these terrorist cells.
Yeah.
And, you know, Chinese nationals, I just heard from a friend that said he heard from a friend that just got out of the military. He's a senior officer type. He said that their base, at first it was like every week, Chinese were videoing their base, and they had to, like, you know, send somebody out to go get them, and the FBI would come pick them up, whatever. And then somebody else would come like next week, and then they, you know, do the same process. He said that every night when he left just recently, they're coming to the base and videoing every night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we definitely have some problems.
Yes.
That are about to happen.
Yes.
And they're going to happen on a massive scale. Now, we're all, you know, kind of restrained because of these furry little creatures and the LGBT, because you can't talk about them. You can't talk about these people that are in the Middle East that, you know, are so suppressed and oppressed and so forth. And yet they seem to have so much money that they're offering one guy 150 million. But you have to start to look at this. They've infiltrated everywhere.
Yes.
And they have a lot of money.
Yes.
And they're going to cause problems.
Huge.
You know?
Huge.
Yes, huge problems.
Yeah.
Like Elon Musk is like warning. Elon Musk is no dummy. And if Elon Musk is telling you to get ready to fight for your cities, that's pretty much its go time. Kind of like the rings of, you know, Charlie Kirk's wife. She's kissing his hands, right? And she's got go on her ring fingers, or say go. It's go time.
Yeah.
So there's lots of signaling that's going on. We're getting ready for something massive coming. We need to be heads up. But demonstrations around the world for Charlie Kirk. Even in South Korea, they have Charlie Kirk signs. They're walking around with Charlie like days later.
Right.
It was obviously organized very quickly. That's very interesting, right? All around the world.
Yeah.
Millions of people demonstrating.
Yeah.
And so this is a turning point.
It is. Yeah. Globally. And I'm sure, I have little doubts that the sort of the spiritual things we're experiencing and sensing are going on worldwide as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's huge. And like, I'm not super savvy. I want to be, you know, that Navy SEAL want to be. So I'm listening to you. Elon, yeah, that's good. And I know that's going worldwide. But when I listen to you, I'm like, okay, I totally trust you, and I know I see what's coming as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So one assassination attempt, and right after that, a potential mass casualty event.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's coming next?
I don't expect it to slow down for sure.
No. Yeah. So that's just two guys,
right?
Two guys that got here illegally, and how did they get all that bomb making equipment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Right.
Two guys that came to this country illegally. Yeah, they just had a pot of money, and they had all these contacts, and they were able to get all these supplies and get ready to do all these things against America. It just happened, right?
Yeah.
It just happened. We shouldn't. Mike, please don't go against the illegal aliens. They're we have to like support them. No, we have to get them out of our country as fast as we can, especially the ones that are going to try and do damage to our country. And that's really going to piss some people off.
Yes. Well, I think
we've already been seeing that.
Yeah. For how long?
Yeah.
But I really feel like in the real true sense of the word, like this assassination thing is definitely really pissing people off. And like you've been saying, and Elon says, okay. So I'm like, I'm going to have Michael defend me, and let's see how that works out for them. But no, I really, and you know, for us, like in California, you got to have all these certificates, and you got to get your forehead stamped to be able to open carry. I'm sort of the opinion now, just open carry. or concealed carry, whatever. Like, because of how I feel about how I have learned to manage myself in this like courtroom garbage, the charges aren't going to last long anyway. You got to have just, so if you guys feel afraid when you go out, carry. I guess that's what I'm saying. And that's not legal advice. That's just like, that's practical.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. In Texas, it's, you can open carry. Scott McKay, everywhere he goes, he open carries.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen him riding around his motorcycle open carry. It's pretty cool looking, but, you have to get concealed carry license to open carry. I think that's kind of smart, because you have to show that you have an understanding of a weapon,
right?
The legal ramifications of different things that you might do with a weapon that could get you in trouble. Like, you don't take your weapon out if somebody's giving you a hard time at a bar. You don't pull out your weapon and go, "You want some of this?" That you're going to get in trouble for that.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. Yeah.
Cowboy time. Yeah. So that's funny, because I just went to, I was in Fort Worth. Scott McKay took us to this one area in Fort Worth where they still do cattle drives. So this one town still has like cobblestone roads and old buildings from the 1800s and bars and all that kind of stuff where they used to do